that this is going to be a very productive interaction, and that's going to mark the success of the first conference. So, without further delay, I would like to request our center head at IFT Kolkata campus, Professor K. Rangarajan, to give his opening remarks. Sir, if you are there.
Vendrala, I think we just wait for 5 minutes, or we may start with Professor Nag. Rangarajan is facing a problem. He's traveling, so when joining, there is some issue with his dongle. So he just said if he needs around 5 minutes time to join.
I saw his name, so I just thought he's there. Anyway, so there's some issue. So Professor Nag, if you can welcome the participants and give the welcome note, please.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Angela. And I formally welcome everyone in this particular conference, which is kind of a web-based. This reminds me the horror time actually during the COVID, because most of the time we were online. But anyway, this is becoming a good platform. And I'd like to thank the organizer for thinking about this particular format of the conference. And especially would like to thank Foreign Trade Review, the editorial team. They worked really hard and made the journal globally acceptable. And this is the new way, actually, we can get more papers, more audience for the journal. This is a very, very nice attempt. I'd like to also thank Dr. Hildegard, our longtime friend, for accepting our request, and other dignitaries as well, and Professor Marjit as well, because of his inspiration is very important in this case, because the way the papers are coming in and selecting those papers must be having a major challenge for the team. I have seen the list of presentations, and it was a very nice combinations of the contemporary issues. It's a contemporary issues, as I've seen the title of the papers, and it is looking at both theoretical, empirical, as well as some of the issues which are becoming an important issues. If we look at the global trade at this moment. Which one is dominating? I really do not know, whether it's the trade or the politics, because there's a nice term has been coined, which is called geopolitical issues. So that is how that is changing the comparative advantage of the countries, and that needs to be seen. Second thing, supply chain disruption. There are new concepts like nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring. How long the friends will remain friends, we really do not know. And how long the nearshoring will actually give you the comparative advantage, we really do not know. So a lot of conjecture, the way the world is moving. And several papers has been identified in the conference will be deliberating on this. I'm sure participants will gain knowledge, and Foreign Trade Review editorial committee will also able to find out best articles out of it for their publications, maybe more than one issues actually, because there are so many papers in this particular thing. And finally, another issues, global value chain, which is linked to these supply chain disruptions. There are new ways of looking at global value chain. Even the services global value chain is becoming very common. So that aspects also need to be seen along with the global value chain in manufacturing sectors, and how the country-to-country negotiations in this area are becoming. A few questions I'd like to put up. Number one, what is the relevance of World Trade Organization in this particular context? Second question, what is the new dimension of bilateral trade agreements right now taking shape? Because in many cases, bilateral negotiations are not happening in the standards way, and the way actually the countries have negotiated over the years. Sometimes what happened, one or two influential companies actually can dominate in the negotiations table, and other kinds of non-tariff barriers may be coming up, just like labor issues, gender issues, environmental issues. How far they are justified and how far they are acting as a non-tariff barriers, and how those can be sorted out in the bilateral discussions are very, very contemporary issues. So I'm looking forward to these discussions. So once again, I would like to welcome everyone in this first editions of online conference. And over to you, Angela.
Thank you so much, Professor Nag, for your thoughtful remarks. I think many of us will take it forward and hear a lot on these issues in the coming days. And I think Professor Rangarajan is here. Sir, if you can hear us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. I guess Professor Rangarajan, who is our center head, I request him to give his thoughts for this conference.
Thank you, Andrelaji. First of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm really happy. I was just remembering a decade back. It's not a decade, it's I think 2 decades back. When when we started with EIITF, the birth took place in Calcutta, and now we can see the way in which it is being appreciated by the academicians and researchers. Again, a great beginning on this conference also, and the way in which it has been designed, and in fact, it has given a lot of, I would say, to others also as to how the things can be piloted and then how it can be taken further for the benefit of the institution as well as to the researchers. It's really a great work. I think I should compliment the economics division, Debashish ji and his team. It's a great thing, and I'm also very happy Professor Marjida has also joined. And thank you, sir, for joining and encouraging us. Yeah, in spite of your commitment overseas, but still you are encouraging so that the things happen and it snowball into a bigger conference so that it is more sought after. And I was just hearing to what Dr. Nag was saying. Yeah, there are so many issues. I would say that whether they are issues or they are being made as issues, probably the researchers alone may be able to bring more light into it and give clarity on such kind of things. So probably I hope that this conference will be the beginning wherein such kind of issues will be debated, deliberated, and we may be able to come out with good researchers thinking on it. And I know that Dr. Debashish may be able to bring out with a great publication out of the good papers and the conference contributions. With that, I wish you all success. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Rangarajan, for your kind words. Yes, so without further ado, we would like to go ahead with our inaugural session. So our first session will be chaired by Professor Subhata Marjid. He's the first distinguished professor at IFT, and he's right now had been able to join us from Hong Kong, where he's visiting at the moment. So, Professor Marjid, thank you so much for taking out time for this first edition of this conference. And I would like to mention that with Professor Marjid, many of us in India, to be specific, has actually learned a lot about international economics as a whole. So his contribution as a teacher, as a researcher in this domain, in this area, is something which all of us are indebted for his contribution here. So Professor Marjid is going to chair the session, and we have our esteemed speaker also. Professor Marjid, I would like to hand over the session to you.
Okay. Thank you, Andrila, and I hope all of you can listen, hear me. No problem?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes. It's really a pleasure to be associated with this great effort that Debashis and his team has put up, and the IIFT Kolkata has done. Is FTR is a very is an emerging great outlet for international economics. We are seeing it grow very fast, and we are very proud of it. And the team has done remarkable work. Now, today's lecture by Professor Hildengan is, I was going through, basically the introduction of it and some ideas. It is possibly is a centerpiece in the sense that what we are trying to achieve in this FTR conference is a part of it is to try to expose ourselves to problems which are really state of the art and at the level of the frontier. This is one purpose of course, deeper understanding and deeper contemplation of issues which are in a sense are immortal, in the sense that they come up time and again, are very important. But what we really want now is to have more concrete ideas about what technology looks like in the modern international trade, what technology looks like in the context of how trade is actually executed and production is actually executed. So I'll be very brief. Her paper is, she's going to elaborate for us, but her paper actually talks about a very interesting role of AI, because it talks about both the upstream part and the downstream part. The downstream part is AI is creating a lot of technologies which is making, a lot of technologies that we know of redundant. And at the same time, the automation is a part of it, that it is not only automation, but it is extreme automation that AI can actually lead to. Cement factories do not require 50 people now. They can operate with 10 persons or 8 persons or something like that. On the other hand, AI itself is actually needs to be developed by engineers, by people. Otherwise, both maintenance and improvisation of this AI is going. We can go haywire. So the question is that how these upstream and downstreams interact. Now, if somebody knows about this, or somebody wants to know about it, or has a feel about it, that these two parts of technology and human interaction, how engineers have become redundant, or how the second stage, the automated technology makes usual labor kind of redundant. But at the same time, they must be doing something good. It's not technology comes through with some productivity and efficiency increment. So all of this, I think this paper is a centerpiece, and I really thank Debashis and the team, whoever is sort of in charge of deciding. It really is the keynote that I think many of us probably would look forward to. So welcome, Professor Hildengan, for your talk. Thank you. We have 40 plus minutes for your presentation, then we'll have some discussions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to present at this conference. I'm really honored to speak at the conference, and I also want to join the congratulations of the FTR and its progress. It's really amazing how you have managed to get this going. So let me just try to get the screen, full screen here. So can you see the full screen, or is it still?
No, it is not full screen as of now.
It's not full screen. It's supposed to work. Okay, let me do it another way then. Okay, here we go. So this paper, I'm really kind of impressed by the introduction, that you really put the paper into context and grasp the essence of it. So this is, we call it double whammy, and that refers to kind of the the perception that artificial intelligence combined with trade would wreak havoc on professional services, because first, they can be automated, and second, they can also be traded over digital networks. So you have kind of remote working from lower cost labor in developing countries, and it's kind of squeezing engineers and other professional services from two sides. And this is work with Franziska Klugel, and she's a professor of computer science and engineering at the Örebro University. So this is also truly multidisciplinary work. So quickly, an outline of what I'm going to talk about. So I just give you a bit of a background, and I don't think I should spend much more time on this, so just let me delve right into it. So artificial intelligence has indeed taken the public debate by storm, and there is a lot of fear as well as euphoria about it. So you have kind of the full spectrum, from people thinking it's creating kind of dysfunctional society, to those that thinks it's going to solve almost all problems, and anything in between. So it's particularly a fear that AI will wipe out white-collar jobs. That is one thing. And then others think that AI will actually complement white-collar jobs and make us more efficient and make us able to do things that we couldn't do before. So sometimes I compare this to building cranes. Just think about construction. If we didn't have building cranes and excavators, we couldn't do what we are doing. So we couldn't build high-rise buildings, and now we can with building cranes, and it hasn't really reduced the demand for construction workers, maybe to the contrary. And we could think of AI having a similar effect on white-collar jobs, where we can do things that we couldn't do before. For instance, developing a vaccine for COVID in a few months. So,
Professor, sorry to interrupt, but we can't see the slide. I think we can see half of the screen. Only the word double is being shown to us. So I think if you have to go back to the previous mode, probably this got to do something with the full screen mode or something.
So can you see it now?
Not really.
Because I can see it.
Kindly unshare and share it once again. Kindly unshare and share.
Unshare, okay. I'll do that. And I'll share it again.
Yes, we can see the background and motivation.
Yes, I think this is better. Yeah.
Okay, should I just use this mode then?
Yes,
or should I do full screen?
Yes, I think we can read it.
Okay.
This
Okay.
is okay, I think. So.
Okay, so let me just continue then. And but when we look at, so there have been quite a few surveys asking firms whether they use AI actively. And there are some surveys from the US and also from Sweden. And less than 10% of firms say that they use AI. So there seems to be kind of a disconnect between kind of the public debate and what's really going on. So what we want to do in this paper is to try to explain why the adoption rate is so low and what determines the adoption rate. And we also want to focus on how trade plays a role in the adoption. So what we do is to develop an agent-based model to explore the adoption paths of AI, and then the impact of trade, and then also the impact of AI adoption and trade on demand for engineers. So basically the double whammy issue. So just a quick look at the literature. What really inspired us was this, which was a book some years ago, a couple of years ago, by Baldwin called The Globotics. And that was precisely the story that white-collar jobs are being squeezed from both globalization and automation. And then the other papers are important, and we draw on the literature both from computer science and from economics and engineering. So it's kind of a broad literature that we are drawing on, but I'm not going into the details here. So our contribution is to do an open economy multi-agent model of technology adoption and diffusion. So this ABM, agent-based modeling, is not a lot used in economics, but we think that in this case, because there are so many things that you need to assume away when you use ordinary general equilibrium or partial equilibrium models. So there are some issues, for instance, uncertainty. People take decisions without knowing what exactly the options are. There are bounded rationality. And one important factor that is not easily picked up by traditional models is that you have kind of bulky transactions. Because if you look at manufacturing firms' use of engineering services and technology, it's not that it's kind of a marginal decision. It's more like you use one engineering firm for consultancy. You don't use one engineer from one firm and another engineer from another firm. So it's kind of bulky transitions. And then it's also the case that major technology shifts do not happen gradually. So it's not like companies introduce AI task by task, which there is actually a literature focusing on that. It's more like a transition, so a shift in the way that business is organized or production is organized. So we model this as a discrete shift from one production technology to another. And we also have in our model that manufacturing firms have different levels of productivity, and it's the most productive that adopt AI first. And what we show is that trade plays a role in determining the productivity threshold for adopting AI. So it's a rich model that can be used for analyzing the impact of many things by manipulating the parameters. And so we can look at services trade barriers, we can look at restrictions on data flows, we can look at intellectual property rights enforcement, and we can look at occupational licensing. So that's basically what we do. And let me just give you kind of first sketch of how this agent-based model is put together. So we have two types of heterogeneous agents. So one type is manufacturer and the other type is engineers. And this engineering, they play an important role because artificial intelligence or any technology do not walk from the laboratory to the manufacturers by itself. There are agents in between that actually take the results from research in laboratory, and AI is often open source, but not particularly useful for manufacturers and practical use as it is. So engineers play the role of bridging this gap between what is done in laboratories and what's practical use in production. And they do this through two types of models. So we have the traditional way where engineers are consultants and they work face to face with manufacturers and solve technical problems on the spot. And that is also the type of bulky transactions where you basically enter into a contract with one engineering firms, while engineering firms can have several clients. But manufacturers in our model has one consultancy firm that they deal with. So they can do it in this way, but they can also develop software. So we call it systems integrating software, where these processes are automated. But in that model, manufacturing becomes a bit more skills intensive. So manufacturers need to employ engineers to manage the software, basically. So the ABM has 2 or more countries. So it's a stylized thing. So we have a fixed market size and a fixed number of firms and engineers. So when we have many countries, we just split this total into equally sized countries. And so as I mentioned, both types of agents make a leap to a different way of organizing production. And so the dynamics of the model is that engineers gather experience from working with clients in the consultancy model. So they learn and they systematize the experience that they gain from clients, and there is some kind of knowledge transfer between different clients so that engineers can improve their services while working with clients. And in the other model, engineers harvest data from their software customers, and they can use this data to improve the software and to customize the software to the clients. And so I think I mentioned the other points here, but the important point in the simulations is that we start off the simulations with all agents being in the
Professor, you are muted. Professor Hildegan, if you can hear me, you are muted. Kindly turn your mic on.
Okay, sorry. So it seems to be doing things on its own, my computer. So, but anyway, you can hear me now?
Yes, now you're audible.
Okay. So we start this simulation with all agents in the consultancy model, and then we simulate how one by one the manufacturers pick up the AI-driven software. So, okay, so let me give you a preview of the results before we get into some more technical details. So this is the share of manufacturing agents using software, the orange graph, and the share of engineering companies offering software is the blue graph. And what we were really excited about when we saw this result is that our model actually reproduces this S-shaped technology adoption path, which several researchers have found in the past from the work by Grilicious in the 50s and 60s. And so spontaneously, our model actually reproduces this S-shaped path. So in the early days, it's the most productive manufacturing firms that picks it up, and we get to an inflection point where it diffuses very rapidly, and then eventually everybody uses the technology. And in our simulation, so on the horizontal axis, you see years that we simulate. So it takes about 45 to 50 years before everybody has adopted the technology. And on the engineering side, we see a bit of a boom and bust cycle, which we also think is pretty much realistic when we think about these technology bubbles that we have seen in the past. So that's basically one thing that we reproduce. And then this is a preview of the demand for engineers or the employment of engineers. So the orange, so we start at period 0 when everybody is employed as consultants. And then we see gradually over time, engineers are allocated towards developing software and also being employed in manufacturing, which is the yellow part. And then the blue part is when engineers are no longer needed in this context. They may, of course, go to other sectors of the economy. But we see that for the first 30 years, at least, engineers are not kind of being idle. To the contrary, they are in short supply in this setting. Okay, so let's just get into a bit more technical details here. So this is the equations of the model. So the first one is production technology in manufacturing. And we start with the standard CIES function. And the important parameters here will be the theta, which is the productivity level of firm I. And that is Pareto distributed. So firms just draw a productivity level before the simulation starts. And that is an important parameter in the modeling. And then we have this scale parameter, which is also important. And that has a time dimension, and that reflects a network effect of adopting AI. So the more firms adopt AI, the more beneficial it will be, because then you get a better kind of customer services supply, and you better link to other actors in your supply chain and so on. So this is a network effect, and you see how it works down here. So it's basically a function of how many firms in your home country has adopted AI and how many firms in the foreign country has adopted AI. And for the foreign company, there is a parameter here, which is between 0 and 1. So that reflects the strength of cross-border network effects. And then there are two inputs into the production. So this LI we just call an asset. So it's a bundle of say, unskilled workers and capital, and this would be engineering services. And they can take the shape of either software or consultants. And this gamma would just tell us which CES function we are talking about. So we are basically saying or assuming that in the consultancy model, this takes the Leontief shape. So that means that the gamma is close to or approaching infinity, and then in the software model, it's a Cobb-Douglas function. It doesn't matter a lot for the results which kind of function that we use, but it's important that it has certain properties, which I will get to in a minute. But here is just the unit cost in the Leontief case. So you have the wages of the asset or the price of the asset with some parameter. And then you have for the engineers, you have the wage that the engineering firm pays and then a markup. And then we divide by this productivity parameter. So that means the more productive firms have lower cost. And this is the unit cost for the software. And so we are looking at the manufacturer. So this is kind of the Cobb-Douglas unit cost function. And then there is an additional term here, which is the license fee that they have to pay for licensing the software. And since we are looking at units, we divide by total output. And this is a switching cost parameter, which is stochastic. So it reflects uncertainties in the switch to a new technology. Okay, so then let's have a look at the engineers. And so this is just expected profits from the engineers when providing consultancy. So this is a markup that we saw before, and this is the expected number of customers in the home country, and this is the expected number of customers in the foreign country. And there is a trade cost involved here. And this parameter is about the dynamics of the model. So here, engineers will learn from working with the clients, and they learn more if they work with the more productive clients, which is what you see here. And this is their cost of developing software. So we assume that this is an R&D function, so they would need a fixed number of engineers, which is this SP, for developing the software into an useful application in manufacturing. And they need less people the more experienced they are. And this is a parameter looking at how they, or the cost of maintaining the software, and that is lower the more customers they have. So this is kind of the spillover effects or the gains from gathering data from customers. So you see this parameter down here. So it's basically a function of how many clients they have at home and how many clients they have abroad. And here again, we have a parameter between 0 and 1, which reflects restrictions on cross-border data flows, basically. So if it's smaller than 1, then it means that data flows from foreign customers are less useful or less than data gathered from local customers. So that was basically the essence of the model. And this will also give you a sense of how this works and the role of trade. So when we use these two different production functions and unit cost, it's the case that for the low productivity firms, so they are ranked here on productivity. So the low productivity firms will have higher cost in the software model than in consultancy. So basically, it's the other way around for the high productive firms. They will have lower cost in the software model than in the consultancy model. So there is a critical level of productivity here where a manufacturing firm will be indifferent between using software or consultancy. And we see that if you can import consultants from a lower cost country, then this critical level shifts, and it shifts to the right. So that means that if you can import cheaper services from abroad, you will actually have less incentives to automate. So that immediately gives you a sense that maybe it's not double whammy, it's either or. So that's one insight you can take just from this figure. And then let's just get into a bit more results here. So this is a simulation where we looked at the impact of trading with a country where wages are lower. So we have the one region where the wage of engineers is 3, just as a number, and the other where the wage rate of engineers is half. And what was really interesting here was that exactly what we saw in the previous graph, that when you trade with a country with lower wage, then your technology uptake is slower. So that's what we see here. So the higher wage country will actually pick up technology more slowly than the lower wage country. And that is precisely because this threshold of productivity moves to the right. So it's the opportunity cost of using consultants will be lower in this case. So here actually we see that the lower cost country will pick up technology faster than the high cost country, and it will actually import the software from the high cost country. So that's an interesting pattern of trade that we reveal with this model. And then another interesting result that we found was so here we looked at, does this shape parameter of the Pareto distribution of productivity matter? And here we look at the home country uptake, and we compare if it's trading with a country that has the same productivity distribution as it has itself, which is the blue line here, or whether the trading partner has a higher shape parameter in the Pareto distribution, which means that it has more small firms. So if you look at the shape parameter of a Pareto distribution, the higher it is, the more small firms you have. And here we see that if you trade with a country with more small firms, the technology uptake is slower. And what explains this is that if you have more small firms, your technology uptake is somewhat slower, and then the network effects will kick in at a later stage and be weaker, because you have basically fewer customers abroad, and that makes your own uptake slower. So that's also an interesting finding, and it also kind of generates a new source of trade. So if countries have different distribution of productivity and size of firms, that by itself is a source of international specialization and trade. And lastly, we looked at the impact of the market size and also the network effects, or the cross-border network effects, and the cross-border data flows effects. So what we have here is the network, the strength of the cross-border network effect. So 0.2, that means that the cross-border network effects is about 20% as strong as the domestic network effects, and we move up to 1 where it's equally strong. So the first set of observations here is after 25 years and then after 50 years. And if we split the world economy into 2 countries, we see that that the uptake is faster than if we split it into 4 countries. And we also see that the effect is much stronger as we have entered the steep part of the adoption curve than at the early phase. So it's basically as this adoption takes on a faster pace that we see the difference between market size, small market size, which we see here, and a bigger market size, which we see here. And in this simulation, we have switched off the cross-border network effects and just focus on the cross-border data flows, and just look at the network effects. And here we have done the opposite. So here we have switched off the network effects and focus on the cross-border data effects. And here we see in the first 25 years, it doesn't matter a lot. In the steep part of the curve, it matters a lot more. But without the network effects, then we do not see a full uptake by after 50 years. So that's also a difference here. So it's really the network effects are more important than cross-border data effects, at least with the parameters that we use in our model. But market size matters. So the bigger the markets, the faster the uptake, and cross-border network effects and cross-border data will have an effect here. Okay, so that was basically the technical exercises. So let me just make some concluding remarks here. So we think that this ABM provide an opportunity to look at technology adoption from the bottom up. And we think that this add some important new insights that we cannot easily get with the traditional way of modeling technology adoption. We are not saying that ABMs are the only way to go here, but we think that it complements the more traditional analysis and provides a very rich framework for analyzing policy parameters. So what this can do that is not easily done elsewhere is to pick up bulky contracts and differences in size and productivity distribution of firms. And we find that these are actually sources of trade or drivers of trade in their own right. And we actually are able to reproduce this S-shaped technology adoption path. And the interesting part is also the boom and bust cycle that we add to this when we look at not only the receiving end of this adoption, but also on the supply side, which is not very often looked at the same time. And we also thought it was an interesting finding that low-wage countries delays technology adoption in high-wage country or trade with low-wage countries has this effect. And also, let me just give you one perspective of what we mean by low-wage countries. It's not necessarily developing countries. We looked at the wages of engineers in different countries, and it's actually twice as high in the US as it is in Germany, and 3 times higher in the US than in Japan, and about 15 times higher than in India. So it could be a developing country we are looking at, but it could also be a comparison between the US and Germany. So the policy analysis that we can do with this is to look at the impact of restrictions on cross-border data flows and forced data localization, which is this parameter on the strength of cross-border data flows. We can look at the impact of occupational licensing, which affects the markup on engineering wages, but also the market power of engineers. And then we can look at the impact on intellectual property right enforcement, which could be manipulating this delta, which is the license fee for using intellectual property rights. So that was it. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So Andrila, we now have time for some questions or comments. How to do
yes,
that?
Yes, I think a couple of questions. We have time for a couple of questions. If there are any questions from the floor, you can raise your hand or you can drop your questions on the chat box, whichever suits you. I don't see any raise of hands or anything.
Right. I have really enjoyed your talk, and I now take the opportunity to interact with you because it's a very interesting piece of work. Couple of issues that I thought would be related. Actually, there is a literature on how outsourcing affects research and development. There is a literature which relates in the I would say about 2009-10, something like that, in few places, where they talk about that how volume and composition of R&D in the high wage economy is affected by the possibility of outsourcing some of the production processes to relatively low wage countries. So there are certain concrete results, and these concrete results, some of them are quite close to what you are suggesting. For example, that is generally the tendency is that lower is the wage, lower is the R&D. That is, lower is the drive towards new technology. Now, what you talk about, the uptake of some kind is affected by the low wage access to low wage, processes and so on and so forth. So, and sometimes the flow of R&D can really get severely affected. That if this outsourcing, this kind of incentive effect, that is, you get thing, if your wage is very high, your incentive to cut back the cost is very high. If your wage is very low, then the incentive to cut back the cost is not that low. So that's why the reason that you don't want to go for cost cutting R&Ds, or at least, there is a literature on volume and composition of R&D. So I thought that might be related somehow to this result of yours. That is one point. The second point I would like to suggest is the idea that there is an evidence that over the last 3 decades, so we talk about the 90s till today. If you look at the top 10 R&D economies and the top 10 in terms of both R&D expenditure to GDP ratio, as well as in terms of the sharing, the patents share in the global share of patents. If you look at the top 10 countries, you will find that roughly the share of R&D to GDP is hovering around 2% to 3% for the top guys actually. And the interesting part is 2 other countries like China and India. China still has its share of patents has really increased over time, but still the share of expenditure on R&D as a proportion of GDP is not very significant. And India is absolutely abysmal. It's 0.08 compared to rest of them actually, And interestingly, these 2 are the fastest growing economies. India is a case in point where you actually get the benefits of outsourcing, because India is still at some sort of value chain, at some point it's like a second or third largest software service exporters. Okay. The interesting part is that even if the wages are low compared to the developed countries, the benefits possibly of this kind of arrangements that you are talking about, and endogenous arrangements about how this technology is being adopted, are being, sort of utilized and so on. The countries like India have got a great benefit out of it. And sometimes these benefits seem to be outstripping the benefits of those who are actually generating technologies. This is, I think, is a very startling kind of thing, which you would never see even 50, 60 years ago. So this, I think, would be an interesting, I think you can possibly try to simulate by bringing in a prototype, I would say, a developing country kind of thing into the picture, low wage country, and see how that country actually gets the benefit or the dynamics of that country with vis-a-vis where the action is taking place in terms of AI, originating AI ideas and technology. So it can open up a lot of avenues, and I think it's of course a very useful way of looking at this thing. But so thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. So Indrila, is there anybody else who wants to talk a bit about it? Then I would, if not, then it's up to you. What we want to do now? I think
we are running late in time, but just a quick clarification, if I can get from you, Professor Hildegan. So, do you think is there a link between the access to credit, which can be tied up to explain that why the low income countries or where the wages are lower, they are going to take up lower, the rates of taking up AI is going to be lower for them? Can we say about that from the theoretical model framework?
I'm happy to respond to. So for the last question, we don't really have financial markets in our model. So for this particular model, we can not look at that. But I guess that there are ways of modeling credit markets also, but we just haven't done it. Let me also pick up one of the comments from Professor Margit. So I think it's really interesting, this point about R&D and the share of the economy, because I also think that R&D is a bit, there are scale effects here. So I mean, since the output of R&D is more like a public good, it's knowledge, and so it's more the absolute amount that you invest than the share of GDP. So if you are really a big country, the absolute amount that you invest, say for China and India, could still produce significant amounts of knowledge that you yourself benefit from. But I also absolutely agree that that benefiting from innovation elsewhere, and I think AI is a particularly good example of this, because AI is a bit different from many earlier innovations in that it's pretty much developed open source from kind of a global perspective. So it's global open source AI where engineers can go and get ideas and knowledge and develop it into practical applications. So it's much less based in a particular country and flowing from one country to another, but more kind of flowing from basically the cloud into anywhere. So again, thank you very much for having me, and looking forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Majid, for your time. It was really an interesting session. So we'll proceed forward to our next technical session, which is on game theoretical application in trade. Professor Chakraborty, if you can take it up from here.
Thank you very much, Indrila. So our next session will be on the game theoretic applications on trade, and we have Professor Urijit Mukherjee, University of Nottingham, as the session chair for this particular session. Let me briefly introduce Professor Mukherjee and then leave the session in charge of his capable hands. So let me just briefly introduce. Professor Mukherjee is a professor of industrial economics at Nottingham University Business School, UK. His major research interests include the area of industrial organization and international trade, investment, competition, merger and acquisition, innovation, patent protection, and so on. He is a prolific researcher. I was looking into the publications of Professor Mukherjee in 2023, and that is absolutely fabulous. So, sir, we hand over the session to you. We have a couple of papers for presentation in this session. A brief rules that let me mention. We are having 25 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for floor discussion. So we will just intimate the author 5 minutes before their presentation ends. That is around at 20 minutes after their presentation starts. So they will get a first warning for stopping. And after each paper presentation is completed, there can be a 5 minutes of floor discussion to be followed by the next paper presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Devashish, for your kind words and instruction. That the 5 minutes, will it be automatically go to the presenter, or I have to tell them?
What we will do, sir, we will just write it in the chat box that you have 5 minutes more. So that's kind of a warning. And in case they're about to cross we will. There is a student in charge of the session. They will intimate you, and from your end, a warning can go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's start. We have 4 papers in this session. The first one is by Professor Anuj Bhaumik and Professor Arijit Sen. The second one, Miss Anjali Singh and Professor Amarjyoti Mahanto. Third one, Professor Aishwarya Harichandan. And the last one, Professor Sugandha Huria. So we have 4 interesting papers. So I request the presenter of the first paper to start presenting. And I think we can just hold our questions till the end of the presentation because of this online. Maybe it is better that we let the presenter to present first, and then we can have our we can ask our questions. Yeah,
we can do that, sir. Yeah, I think Professor Bhaumik just joined. Yes. Professor Bhaumik, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So you can please share your screen and you can share your screen and share your PPT so we can start.
Okay. Why is the share option?
The share option will be at the northeast corner. There is an up arrow at the northeast corner of the screen, just before the leave button.
See, I'm using iPad. Okay, it's not. It's like I'm using apps, not the.
Sorry, but are you using an iPad?
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible now. Yeah.
So, can I start now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me to present my ongoing research this conference. Thank you the organizing committee and Ranjada actually for giving me this opportunity. Okay, so this is a collaborative work with Professor Arijit Sen from Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. So basically, in many countries, the ethnic minorities, ethnic actually with respect to the culture, religion, or language, resides alongside the mainstream populations. Some may be the recent migrants, or others may be the progeny of the migrants who came here a long time ago. For examples are like the African Native Americans or the Latin Americans in the US, Palestine in the Israel, the West Indians or the South Asians in the UK, Hindus in Bangladesh and Pakistan, Muslim in India, etc. So there is a sufficient empirical evidence that the minorities receive the positive economic returns from assimilating with the mainstream. Basically, like if the minorities learn the mainstream language, they get the better job. There is an I think the authors this Chiswick and some other paper, they estimate the learning the mainstream language and has better labor market outcome in the US. Now the question arises: do such incentives historically generates the minorities uniformly assimilate with the mainstream culture? The answer is it may not be actually. It happens that the minority populations are fragmented in the assimilation process. The some fragmented have assimilated upwards with the mainstream population, and the other fragments have assimilated downwards. So this is actually the central thesis of sociological theory of segmented assimilation developed by Alejandro Portes and his co-authors in 1990s. So our motive is to study this problem, this assimilation problem, theoretically in game theoretic sense, and want to find the minimal sufficient conditions, okay, under which we can guarantee that, okay, we can guarantee the three kinds of assimilations. One is the complete assimilations in the village, another is the complete assimilation in the city, and most importantly, we want to find the fragmented assimilation, fragmented trajectory. So, and so basically, it is a dynamic multi-generations problem. As I mentioned, it will be infinite generations model, and study the equilibrium assimilation trajectories of minority populations and the impact of these trajectories on the minorities' welfare over time. And the analysis of our model generates the equilibrium assimilation outcome consistent of two central tenets of the sociological theory of segmented assimilation. First of all, the heterogeneity in assimilation part of not too dissimilar minorities populations. The minorities, as I mentioned before, that the minorities are different maybe with respect to, minorities can be different with respect to their language or dress code, okay, but not they are too different, okay, but still we can have a different kind of assimilations part. Maybe the one part is to the complete assimilation in the village, other maybe the city, or can be the other inspection. But the main goal of this paper is to find the minimal sufficient conditions that guarantees the fragmented assimilation trajectory. Okay, so the analysis build upon and aims to contribute to a large social economics literature on minorities assimilation. And we provide the minimal sufficient conditions of this alternative assimilation paths. Existence and coexistence, it means that it happens that, okay, will provide the conditions that will guarantee only the like a complete assimilation in village, or we provide a condition that will guarantee only the complete assimilations, okay, because there can be the multiple trajectories, but all trajectories will give me the complete assimilation in village. Also, we can provide the conditions that will guarantee that all the trajectories that will give us the complete assimilation in city, and similarly the fragmented. But also, it happens that will provide the conditions, okay, and that will guarantee that, okay, the existence of at least one, like let's say the trajectory that is a behavior of like a complete assimilation in village or in city, means it happens that starting from the same initial distributions of the minorities, the different decision, because every period the minorities let's say in period one we are taking some decisions, and in the next generation, okay, my child will take some other decision, and so on. And but in every time we can have a multiple decisions, and but if we take a different minorities that will take a different kind of decision, they'll have a multiple opportunities, and if they take the different decisions, so each such decisions will take will give us the different kinds of trajectories. Maybe some may be the complete assimilation in village, some may be the complete assimilations in city, or some the fragmented assimilation. So that's the main study of the paper. Okay, let me start the model of the paper. So basically, we have two livelihood locations: a minority village B and a mainstream city economy C. In every generation, a minority member born in village, if and only her parents earn her livelihood working in the V economy, and similarly for city. In every generation, the V born, basically the village born or minority, receives two kinds of stochastic opportunities. One, a chance to alter the inherited culture traits to a limited extent. Okay, I'll discuss more in details in the next few slides, and a subsequent opportunity to move to high-paying city economic job. Okay, the minority individuals are motivated by the short-term goal, not the long-term goal. Just normally care about himself or just the immediate child. Okay, not care about the distance progeny. Because otherwise we'll get only the complete assimilation in city if they only care about the distance progeny. So okay, so let's start with the first generation. Okay, in the first generation, the minority population it's a continuum of members, very large number of members basically, born in the village. Okay, in the period one, in the first generation. And as I mentioned before, the minorities are different with respect to their with respect to like a culture or the language or the dress codes or something. That's why within the minority community, we introduce few points like a P equals to 1 up to P, just to indicate define kind of like a culture or religion aspects. So the minority community is distributed over these positions. That's we call the culture positions, 1 up to P. Here, the mu0 just denotes the measure the distributions of the initial initial distributions of the minority culture. So mu01, that means the measure of the individual who born with the culture position 1, and similarly the mu0P, the measure of individual with the culture position P. Okay, on the right of the minorities, and there is another position that we denote by PM, that is the mainstream culture position, and that is initially just consists of the homogeneous like a mainstream population. Okay, no minorities are there. So we are not introducing any heterogeneity in the mainstream population because mainly we want to study the minorities' behavior in this paper. So each minority member born at every culture position P gets a chance with probability sigma to culture shift to any adjacent culture position. Basically, if I born at the position 1, either I stay at the position 1 or I can culture shift to 2. Or if I born at the position 2, either I can stay at 2 or I can culture shift to 1 or I can culture shift to 3, my adjacent position. Just with the limited extent. And once the individuals I'll introduce the utility function in a later stage, so that we'll have a idea. How they take this decision. So all these decisions leads to the these distributions mu1a. Okay. So after taking these culture shift decisions. Now, once the culture shift decisions done, then the minority individual located at the various culture positions. Okay. Let's see the position P, okay, will get the city job offer with probability GP. Okay, that means with probability GP, the minority with aquaculture position P will get a city job. With probability 1 minus G, he or she does not get the city job. Okay. And we assume that if you born on the right, because see from 1 to capital P, our underlying assumption is basically if you are more close to the 1, that means you are more traditional minorities, and if you are more close to the capital P, you are less traditional, more city-focused minorities. For example, you know some sort of your dress codes or your language, possibly the English, and so that you have you are not culturally too dissimilar from the mainstream, and that's why there is a little high probability that you will get a city job, and that's why these probabilities are ranked in this manner, that G2 is more than G1, G3 is more than G2, and so on. Now, once the city job offer came and the people take the decisions, then we'll have two distributions. One, the distributions of minorities in the village, and that is the mu1, And another is the distributions of the minorities in the city, because by city I mean who get the city job offer basically. So which is the kappa 1. So kappa 1 is the measure of in the minorities whose acquired position was 1, who got the city job, and similarly the all other kappas. So this is the story of the generation 1. Now we can repeat the story for the other generation. Now from starting from the generation 2, now we have minorities possibly in the village as well as in the city. Means some, of course, the village is there, but there are some minorities who already have a city job. Okay. So in any period t greater equals to 2, the tenth generation of minority members born in V has mu t minus 1 as its initial inherited culture distribution. And okay, and in CT, also the minorities have the kappa t minus 1 as the inherited culture distribution. Now they get the cultureship opportunities, and so in village and city, they after they getting the cultureship opportunities, they take the cultureship decisions, and then as a result of this, we'll have two new distributions, which is the mu ta and kappa ta. And then the migration opportunities arise to the minorities in the village, and once they take the decisions, and then of course maybe the few minorities from the aquaculture positions, the village, they migrate to the city. So there will be a new distributions in the village, and as the few more people from the village, they are getting the city job offer, there will be new distributions in the city, the kappa T. And for now, we assume that there is no reverse migration to village. But if we allow some sort of reverse migration also, the result can go through. Okay. Now now you introduce the payoff functions. So basically, for any this. How much time actually? What is the till when I can present my paper?
Maybe another 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so this is the payoff function basically. This is the total measure. You can see that for any distributions mu, and this is the distance basically. It measures. You can see that if you are at position P, and then you just measuring your distance from all the other positions P prime and the measure of people located. Basically, these two ingredients. These two are important if we want to calculate the social interaction. Basically, our village payoff is depend on the wages, that the village wage plus the social interaction. It depends on the total measure of minorities who stay back in the village, and also the dispersion, also like whether they are very close to my culture or they are quite different from my culture. That also matters. Okay. Similarly, in the city, we have we have a defined payoff. Of course, city job, there is a premium. It's definitely city wage is more than the village payoff. And in city, let's say if I get the city job, and then maybe for me here, not the distributions of the minorities matters, but of course we can take into account, but I just care about the total number of minorities who are also working in the city. And of course there is some discrimination. That's the gamma p is the cost, because if my culture is very far from the city culture, then it gives a discrimination, a lot of discrimination, and that's the payoff. And basically, there is a trade-off. That means, on the one hand, the individual want to stay in the village, either to enjoy the social interaction. On the other hand, people want to migrate to the city because to get the better payoff. But in that case, there is a discrimination also. So in any positions, people just compare the two payoff functions. But as I mentioned before, that if the individual getting two opportunities, first to culture shift, and then migration. See, if I'm located at the position, let's say 2, if I move to the position 1, that means more traditional. But if I move to the 3, less traditional. But of course, if I move to right, I'll get there is more opportunity to get the city job. But there is a probability that I will not get the city job. And then, I'll be staying far from my the village peers. So that's why when in the first stage, when I have to make the like a culture shift decisions, basically I don't know, okay, whether I will also get the city job or not. And that's why, okay, you'll get the village job for sure. Okay, so I know, so at any position, so what will be my actually the expected utility in this case? Either you will enjoy the village payoff, or you get with certain probability you get the city job, but you don't know whenever you are taking this culture shift decision. So basically you are taking this expected value between the village and the city payoff, the 1 minus GP times V plus GP times this. And you are just taking the maximum of this. So that's so U star is the utility function, okay, basically. And like when you take your decisions at the stage one, because when you take your culture shift decisions, but when you when people done the culture shift decisions, and then if the city job offer, then they can easily take the decision whether to migrate to city or not. Just they need to calculate the V versus C. Okay, if the C value is more than V value, I'll culture shift. If V value is more than C value, then I'll not culture shift. Okay, and just stay back. If they are same, then maybe just I'm very much indifferent. Then okay, with some sort of probability I can migrate, or otherwise I'll not migrate. Okay, because I don't have much time, so I'm not going to the formal definitions. Basically, just more informally, maybe I can. So basically, what is my equilibrium? Okay, so in any generation T, okay, if mu T minus one, let's say the initial the inherited distributions. Okay, that initially this is the distributions at the period T. And I know that the every people know that the people will get the culture shift opportunities, and the people will get the migration opportunities also, and that then there will be a defined distributions. And if we just go back and see our payoff function, the payoff function depend on the social interaction. Okay, social interaction in the village. Okay, and also in the city also. For city, it matters that what is the measure of minorities who will be working in the city. Basically, I really want to know the distributions of minorities exposed, but nobody knows the distributions. So people will make a conjecture. Everybody will make a conjecture. Okay, possibly. Okay, so then our equilibrium outcome will be okay. There will be a distributions, and if we conjecture that, okay, if this will be the final distributions, and depending on that, if each and every individual take their culture shift and the migration decisions, then there will be a new distributions. And if that distribution matches with our conjecture mu T, then basically we are in the equilibrium. Because see, because you just need to take the decision. Let's say given our initial distribution, and if we just take the decisions, okay, like a culture shift or migrate, and then we arrive at a new distribution finally. But our final distribution and our utility function are not consistent, in the sense that maybe I hope that maybe the village peers, okay, will not migrate to city, and that is why I have not migrated to city. I have not taken the city job basically, but and I stay back in the village. But if it's exposed, if I see that okay, they have taken the city job, then basically I'm worse off in this case. So that's why the equilibrium is designed in this way. This is a rational expectation equilibrium. Okay, it's a conjecture, and minorities pursue their sequential optimal decisions, culture shift and this migration based on this conjecture. Because just if I go back to the utilities, basically, and you can see that the village payoff is depend on the distribution. This is the final distributions. Okay, and based on that, you can calculate the social interaction. And here also city. This is the final distribution, because this is your exposed utility. So you really need to know the distribution. Then you can calculate the total measure of individuals in the city. So this way, the equilibrium in design this way we introduce the rational expectation equilibrium. Okay. So and we have shown that okay, there exists at least one rational expectation equilibrium in every generation. As I do not have time, basically I'm just now just telling, instead of telling the whole. Basically now we consider, so start from the generation mu naught. So in period 1 we'll get the mu1 star. Then mu1 star will be the initial distribution of period 2. Then we'll get the mu2 star, and so on. Because if I die, before I die, okay, if I have a one kid, then the total, the measure remains same in the next generation. Okay, and that is the assumption over. So the final distribution of the period 1 will be the initial distribution of period 2, because our kids, and then the final distribution of period 2 will be the initial distribution, and so on. And so we are getting the equilibrium trajectories. Okay, and so as I mentioned again, there can be 3 different equilibrium trajectories: the complete assimilation in village, where everybody will stay back in the village; complete assimilation city, basically the village will be vacant, everybody will accept the city job offer eventually; or fragmented assimilation, the some fraction of individual is going to stay back in the village, and the other will receive the city job offer. Okay, I just skip maybe. Basically, we identified the three few conditions. Okay, that guarantee that okay there will be a village pair, the complete assimilation in the village, maybe just, and the complete assimilation in city, and the fragmented assimilation. And but basically, in order to study this, we study the generation wise. Okay, but I'm not going to these details, and I just keep everything. That time, but just want to just mention that because nobody wants the fragmented assimilation, because the outcome of the fragmented assimilation is worse, because if the people assimilated in the village or in the assimilated in the city will get the better outcome. And in the in this fragmentation, like if we get the fragmented assimilation, like okay, if my parents, let's say, the move to, let's say, the accept the city job offer, or let's say they move to the US, and then I'll born in US, and but if my parents do not didn't get a chance to move to the US, and then I born in let's say in India, then I'll get the different payoff. So, but
sorry, can you please conclude now?
Yeah. So anyway, and just the final thing, maybe in this fragmented assimilation process, we identified one trajectory that is give us the bimodal situation, in the sense, in the minorities who stay back in the village, they assimilate in one position, and those migrate to the city, they assimilate in the position T. Okay, and they are near the maximum, mainly the half up measures. Okay, maybe I just finish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so anyone has any question, comment?
I have a small comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, if you think in terms of this as in the international migration kind of work, what is added here is the social interaction and how the relationship is between the peers. My problem is every time a person migrates into another country or from city to village, as Anu just said, the distribution itself gets affected. So there is I feel there is a kind of endogeneity which might be important, because after a critical point, I think the cultural features of the place where people are migrating, that also gets changed, and there is a spillover from one place to another. So maybe that can be included, because we have seen this happen in case of international migration, when many people from different countries, India to UK and India to USA and other countries, this happens, and cultural changes are also cultural effects are also there. So do you think that this indigeneity might be accommodated, or is it important?
Yeah, maybe it can be accommodated here. Okay, we are still actually working on this paper actually, and maybe we can try to do this because we actually try to. Initially, we thought maybe because the problem is the payoff function will be much more complicated, and and we try to just simplify this thing really because this is an applied paper and we just do not want to make it more complicated. Already we found that okay uh, it's difficult to find a suitable referee for the paper.
But you can do this in another paper maybe. And if you target international migration and look at the data, then maybe you can substantiate that a little bit from the data also. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? We have a couple of minutes left. No? Okay, then we go to next paper. Thank you, Professor Bhomik, for an interesting paper. Then now we can go to the next paper by Miss Anjali Singh and Professor Amarjyoti Mahanta.
Yes.
All right. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present our paper, which is titled Welfare Implication of the Entry of a Foreign Firm in the Downstream Market. This is the outline of my presentation. First, I will introduce the topic, then we'll discuss brief literature review, and then we'll discuss the model, its results, and finally conclude. Okay. There's a range of literature that tries to estimate the indirect effect, known as the spillover effect, of the presence of foreign firms on the productivity of domestic firms. The findings have been inconclusive and somewhat mixed. As argued by Wang, the reason for mixed results is that the negative competition effect, which may crowd out the local firms, might be stronger than the positive spillover effect. Wang and Coco and Thang identify 3 channels through which FDI or foreign presence can affect the domestic market structure and thus competition. First, the horizontal linkages that exist between the foreign firms and the domestic firms in the same industry. Second is the vertical forward linkages, which exist when local firms buy inputs from the foreign firms in the upstream industry. Third is the vertical backward linkages that exist when local firms sell their products to foreign firms in the downstream industry. The motivation of this study is that the competition effect can also have an effect on the local firms in the host country because of the inter-industry linkages that exist between the foreign and local firms. There are empirical studies that have tried to investigate the effect of FDI or foreign firms' presence in the same industry or the industry located upstream or downstream on the probability of exit or survival of local firms. As argued by Coco and Thang, downstream FDI may crowd out the traditional customers of local firms operating in the upstream sector, which may have an effect on the survival of the local firms located upstream. We will try to test this argument theoretically. And in this study, we'll see the effect of competition between the foreign and domestic firms and analyze how the entry of the firm impacts the market structure of the host country and its consequences on the social welfare of the host country. One of the earliest theoretical models which tried to analyze the effect of foreign presence on the market structure of the host country was given by Markuson and Venables, who tried to show how the entry of multinational firms acts as a catalyst for industrial development of the host country. This happens because of the forward and backward linkages between multinational firms and local firms in the upstream and downstream industries. Barrios, building on those models, used a 3-sector model and shows how the entry of a foreign firm increases the demand for intermediate input, which he took as services, and considers it to be a positive externality effect. And he considers the competition in the factor market as negative competition effect. It says that initially negative competition effect dominates, but over time the positive externality effect overtakes the negative competition effect. Lin and Sagi, using a two-tier oligopoly model, assume that the multinational firm acquires its inputs locally and showed that the foreign firm's entry has a net positive backward linkage effect through increase in the derived demand of the inputs. All these theoretical models have shown the importance of backward linkages for foreign presence to be beneficial for the country. They all assume that the inputs are sourced locally, but foreign affiliates generally operate in enclaves and import the intermediate input. Therefore, they develop fewer linkages in the host country. We'll see how the entry of foreign firm affects the market structure of the host economy in the absence of spillovers and direct positive backward linkages. The model is like this. We are considering a vertical related market structure with an oligopoly in the downstream market and a duopoly in the upstream market. The theoretical analysis is characterized by a three-stage game. In the first stage, a foreign firm enters the downstream final good market of the host country. In the second stage, there is an exit of an upstream domestic firm. If there is no exit, then the game becomes a two-stage game. Third stage comprises of two stages. The first stage, which will be denoted by stage A, the downstream domestic firms demand intermediate input from the upstream firms. In the second stage, that is stage B, the downstream firms engage in Kuno competition to determine the quantity of good to be produced to maximize their individual profits. We characterize the subgame perfect Nash equilibrium in this three-stage game. The basic model is such that there are n downstream domestic firms who buy an intermediate input from the firms located upstream, and there is a duopoly in the upstream market. These downstream firms require theta units of intermediate input to produce 1 unit of output, and the unit price of this intermediate good is DNF, where NF denotes the absence of foreign firms. And the cost and the inverse demand function of the ith domestic downstream domestic firm is given by equation 1 and 2. We are assuming a linear demand function. Each firm's action is defined as choosing the production level, and they choose their action simultaneously. And their payoff is the profit that they get, and their objective is to maximize their individual profits. The profit of the ith domestic firm is given by equation 3. These downstream firm demand the intermediate good from the two upstream firms, and the output of the upstream firm market is a function of the total output produced by the downstream domestic firms. The cost function of the kth upstream firm with a fixed cost Fk is given by equation 5, and the payoff of the upstream firm is given by equation 6. Now we will start the what happened. We'll see how the entry of a foreign firm affects the market structure. In the first stage of the game, a foreign firm enters the downstream market through FDI and competes with the n downstream domestic firms. The output of the foreign firm is QF, and that foreign firm imports the intermediate input at the price of DF. And for producing 1 unit of output, it requires theta F units of intermediate good. The rationale for this assumption is that foreign firm might get inputs from home country that are of lower price or of better quality. The cost function of foreign firm is given by equation 7, and the respective payoffs of the domestic firm and foreign firms are given by equation 8 and 9. Now, the total output of the downstream market is given by QF, where F represents the presence of foreign firm in the host country. The payoff function of the upstream firm in this case becomes pi UKF, which is given by equation 10. Now, the second stage of the game is operative only when the entry of foreign firm leads to the contraction of demand for intermediate good by such an amount that it is not possible for both the upstream firms to survive together, and one has to exit. This happens when the profit of an upstream firm, when there is a duopoly in the upstream market, is negative, while the profit when it is a monopolist supplier is positive. Here, FM represents the exit due to entry of a foreign firm in the upstream market. We assume that both firms are symmetric with equal fixed costs, and one firm exits, and any one firm can exit. The cost function of the monopoly supplier is given by equation 11, and the payoff function is given by equation 12. We will see the impact of such an entry on the social welfare of the host country using the social welfare function, which is defined as the sum of consumers' surplus and firms' profits. The social welfare in the absence of foreign firm is given by equation 13. When a foreign firm enters, the social welfare becomes WF. Here we include a part of the foreign firm's profit. And the part of the foreign firm's profit that remains in the host country is signified by alpha, which varies from 0 to 1. If the entry of a foreign firm results in the exit of an upstream domestic firm, then the social welfare function is given by equation 15. Now we move on to the result and we use backward induction to solve stage B and derive a subgate perfect Nash equilibrium for downstream oligopoly. The results first we'll see what happens when there are no foreign firms. Here, competition between N downstream domestic firms, which maximizes their payoff function and results in an equilibrium output level, which is QINF, and the total output of the final good is QNF. These N firms demand intermediate goods from the two firms located in the upstream market, and we move on to the stage A of the game. These two firms will maximize their profit given the output of another firm, and the resultant equilibrium output of each of the upstream firm is given by YKNF, and the total output of the upstream market is given by YNF. The profit of the ith downstream domestic firm and the kth upstream firm is given by pi INF and pi KNF. Now, when the foreign firm enters, the foreign firm competes with N downstream domestic firms, and each of the N plus 1 firms maximizes their profit given the output of other firms. The equilibrium output level are given of the domestic downstream firms, and the foreign downstream firm is given by QIF and QF. The total output in the presence of a foreign firm of the downstream market is capital QF. And the equilibrium output of the kth upstream firm is given by YKF. And the total output of the upstream market is YF. The respective profits of the downstream and upstream firms are given by these functions. Here we are assuming that the payoffs are positive. The payoff of the upstream firm can be negative also, if the fixed cost is such that the profit that the upstream firm gets after the entry of the foreign firm is no longer positive because of the contraction in the demand of its output. Now, when we compare the output levels of the downstream firms before and after the entry of foreign firm, we find that for sufficiently high market size, the total output of the downstream firm increases, but the individual output levels of each of the domestic downstream firm decreases. This is the negative competition effect. That is, with an increase in the number of downstream firms, the individual output of the domestic downstream is crowded out. First, it was discussed by Atkin and Harrison in 1999. Now, when we compare the output level of the upstream market before and after the entry, we see that output level of each of the upstream firm and the total output of the market decreases due to the negative demand effect. And the reason for this is the output of the downstream firm is crowded out, which results in the decreased demand for intermediate goods. The fall in output levels implies that the profit levels also decreases after the entry of a foreign firm. This fall in profit will have a negative impact on the social welfare of the host country. Now we'll discuss what is the impact on the social welfare in the case of no exit of any upstream firm. The entry has both positive and negative impacts on social welfare. We'll see what is the impact of the entry of a foreign firm on the social welfare of the host country and what role does the alpha plays in it. The net impact is seen by putting the values, and we are assuming that the downstream firms have equal marginal cost and the upstream firms also have equal marginal cost. And the social welfare in the absence of foreign firm is given by WNF, and in the presence of foreign firm is given by WF. Now, in the first case, when alpha is equals to 0, in this case, the foreign firm repatriates the whole profit it makes by producing in the host country back to its home country or anywhere outside the host country. Well, suppose that the social welfare in the absence of a foreign firm is greater than the social welfare in the presence of a foreign firm in the domestic market. Putting the values, we get equation 31, which is a necessary and sufficient condition for welfare to fall after the entry of a foreign firm. And we present the result in this lemma 1. that is in case of alpha is equals to 0, if A minus C plus theta W is greater than a positive value, then the WNF welfare in the absence of foreign firm is greater than the welfare in the presence of foreign firm. In case 2, when alpha is equals to 1, when the foreign firm keeps whole of the profit in the host country, then we suppose that the social welfare in the presence of a foreign firm in the downstream market is greater than the social welfare in the absence. And putting the values, we get equation 33, and we check the condition under which it is true. We find that we get a result that if A is sufficiently high, in case of alpha is equals to 1, if A is sufficiently high, that is A is greater than phi, or if C plus theta W is greater than CF plus theta FTF, which is the marginal cost of the foreign firm is less than the marginal cost of the domestic firm when it produces the intermediate good at the cost at which upstream firm is producing, then welfare in the absence of foreign firm is less than the welfare in the presence of foreign firm. We find that the social first order derivative of WF is positive. This implies that there is social welfare of the host country is an increasing function of alpha, and there exists a unique alpha below which the entry of a foreign firm in the downstream market will always decrease the welfare of the host country, and this unique alpha is given by alpha star. We arrive at the following proposition that given the setup, if these conditions are satisfied, that is the A is sufficiently high and marginal cost of the foreign firm is less than the marginal cost of the domestic firm when it produces the intermediate good at the price at which it gets from the upstream, at the cost at which upstream firm is producing, and A minus C plus theta W is greater than this positive value, then there exists a unique alpha, that is alpha star, such that social welfare in the absence of foreign firm is greater than the social welfare in the presence of foreign firm for alpha less than alpha star, and social welfare in the absence of foreign firm is less than social welfare in the presence of foreign firm for alpha greater than alpha star. Now we'll see the case where there is an exit of an upstream firm. If after the entry of a foreign firm, the demand for the good produced in the upstream market decreases, which will force an upstream firm to exit and leave a monopolist supplier. This is possible when the fixed cost is greater than this value. And in this case, the monopolist upstream firm maximizes its output, and the equilibrium output is given by YFM, and the monopolist profit is given by pi FM. This payoff should be non-negative for the monopolist upstream firm to remain in the market. From this condition on the exit of upstream firm, we get a range for fixed cost, and which is given by the first equation in this slide. When we compare the output level of the downstream firms, we again find that the entry increases the competition in the downstream market and leads to the crowding out of the individual output of the domestic firm under these conditions. When we compare the output level of the monopolist upstream firm with its output when there was absence of foreign firm, we find that the output of the monopolist firm is greater than when it's a monopolist supplier. The profit level of the downstream firm falls, which has a impact on the negative impact on the social welfare of the country, while the profit of the surviving monopolist firm increases, which has a positive impact. Now the net impact is seen by putting the values of alpha. Suppose that when alpha is equals to 0, the social welfare in the absence of foreign firm is greater than the social welfare in the presence of foreign firm after the exit of an upstream firm. By putting the values, we get a condition on the fixed cost of the upstream firm, and we get this is a necessary and sufficient condition for social welfare to be less in the presence of foreign firm than in the absence when alpha is equals to 0. Since F is always positive in this case, so the RHS, for RHS to be positive, the sufficient condition for RHS to be positive is given by equation 60, where it means that A should be greater than max of rho and lambda. That means A has to be sufficiently high. If A is sufficiently high, then condition 60 holds, and that condition on fixed cost exists. Now we get the following lemma. In case of alpha is equals to 0, if A is sufficiently high and fixed cost is less than some particular positive value, then welfare in the absence of foreign firm is greater than the welfare in the presence of foreign firm. The reason for this is the increase in consumer surplus post entry of the foreign firm is outweighed by the decrease in the profits of the domestic firms, both located downstream and upstream, as one of the upstream firm is crowded out. Case 2, when alpha is equals to 1. Under this case, if we suppose that the social welfare in the presence of foreign firm is greater than the case when there are no foreign firms, by putting the values, we get equation 62. That means this is a necessary and sufficient condition for social welfare to increase after the entry of foreign firm. The sufficient condition under which LHS is negative, and therefore the sufficient condition for 62 to be true is given by if A is greater than tau, then welfare in the presence of welfare in the absence of foreign firm is less than the welfare in the presence of foreign firm. We get the following lemma that in case of alpha is equals to 1, if A is sufficiently high, the social welfare in the presence of foreign firm will be higher. The condition on social welfare given by equation 57 and 62 gives a range for fixed cost of an upstream firm for social welfare to be less in the presence of a foreign firm than in the absence when alpha is equals to 0, and social welfare to be greater in the presence of a foreign firm than in the absence when alpha is equals to 1. These bounds, this gives a lower range for fixed cost, and we also get a range. We also got a range for based on the criteria where one of the upstream firm exits, leaving only one firm in the upstream market. These equations must be simultaneously true. When we compare the lower bounds, we find that the lower bound obtained by the criteria of exit is binding. And when we compare the upper bounds, we get that if we get a sufficient condition that if n is greater than 4 and if A is greater than mu, the upper bound obtained from the conditions on exit is binding. Thus, we get a unique alpha below which the entry of a foreign firm in the downstream market will always decrease the welfare of the host country, and this alpha is given by alpha star. We get at the following proposition that given the setup, if n is greater than 4 and A is sufficiently high and fixed cost is such that it is less than some positive value, then there exists a unique alpha star such that welfare in the absence of foreign firm is greater than the welfare in the presence of foreign firm when alpha is less than alpha star, and welfare in the absence of foreign firm is less than welfare in the presence of foreign firm for alpha to be when alpha is greater than alpha star. We reach at the following conclusion that the social welfare function is an increasing function of alpha, that is the foreign part of the foreign firm's profit which remains in the host country. Propositions 1 and 2 implies that there exists a unique alpha below which the entry of a foreign firm in the downstream market will always decrease the welfare of the host country. Even though the entry of a foreign firm crowds out the output of the local producers and forces an upstream firm to exit, there are conditions under which the entry is beneficial and should be promoted. Above alpha star, it is always suggested to promote the entry of foreign firms. The immediate corollary is that just the entry of a foreign firm may not increase the social welfare of the host country. The policy implication is that the profit that the foreign firm repatriates, that is 1 minus alpha, plays a role in the decision of the host country to attract foreign firms, say through FDI. We conclude that even in the absence of spillovers and direct positive backward linkages between the foreign and the local firms, it can be beneficial to promote the entry of foreign firms. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any question or comment? from the floor?
Yes, I had a question.
Yeah,
If I could go
sure.
ahead. So, did you overrule the possibility of the positive impact of the entrance of foreign firms? By this, I mean to ask if we assume that foreign firms are more efficient and productive and has a better market access globally, it provides an opportunity to the local firms to serve as an ancillary and prosper. The market access to these local firms also becomes wider. Did you consider this fact? And rather, can our model imbibe this case? And how do you think it would affect the social welfare?
Are you saying that there is a possibility that because the foreign firm is entering, it could benefit in a different way? It could benefit local firms in a different way in the form of greater access to the market.
Yes,
Because
and if the local firms could act as ancillaries and help the foreign firms to produce, and this can help them to engage and have more production, right?
Uh, yes, it can help, but I'm just saying ki if they are producing homogeneous good, if both of them are competing, what will happen? Uh, Obviously, it can. I am saying even if there is no spillover, then also there are conditions under which it would be beneficial for them to uh, come and serve the host country.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting model in the sense that if you look at India, you'll see that farms do not have that kind of spillover effects that you have in a country like China. So this might guide policy a little bit when to allow FDI in which sectors and things like that. To make that more concrete, I have a small suggestion. Two things. One is, since we have so many cases, a table, tabulated form of representation might be helpful. So that people, at a glance, gets what is going on. And the second point is that you have a cutoff alpha star that you can do some simulation upon. And in that simulation, you can show under what circumstances, the possibility of allowing foreign firms in keeps on increasing, even either below alpha star or above alpha star. So that the government, some policy implications, direct policy implications of the model. And if you can look at data a little bit and see which industries have these conditions, kind of things. So it can really help in policy implications, like in which sector you can allow and which sector you should not allow, and things like that. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? No? Okay, I have a minor suggestion. It's an interesting paper, but I think it might be helpful if you can show the implications of the vertical structure, because there is a literature which shows that entry of a foreign firm can reduce welfare of the domestic firm without any vertical linkage. So if you then can decompose your result to show what is extra we are getting from this vertical linkage.
So entry of a foreign firm affects the
welfare of the domestic farm. So even if there is no upstream downstream, so even if the input market is competitive, you still can get that entry of a foreign firm can increase or decrease the welfare of the domestic farm. So there is a literature on that.
Yes, I found.
And now you are having similar results with vertical linkage. So it would be helpful if you can show what is the extra we are getting by considering this knowledge spillover, vertical linkage, and so on.
Yes, sir.
Because then people will be able to understand the importance of considering this particular structure with knowledge spillover and upstream, downstream.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Singh, for an interesting paper and presentation. Okay, now we go to the next paper. This is by Professor Oishwarya Horichandan.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I would just express my gratitude to IIFT for selecting my paper. Now, and this is a work in progress, so all your comments and suggestions are welcome. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So today I'll be presenting my work titled Rationality of the Terrorist Group and Government's Policy, a Game Theoretic Approach. The presentation will start with the motivation of the study, followed by the research question, and finally the model and propositions. Firstly, why this topic? Now, terrorism is one of the gravest security threats that the world faces today. If we look at the Global Terrorism Index, which is released by the Institute of Economics and Peace for the 2023 edition, it clearly says that the attacks have become more deadly, with the lethality rising by 26%. And also, if you look at the 2020 report, it says that more than 13,000 deaths were reported due to terrorism in 2019. And the financial losses due to terrorism were more than $26 billion. Apart from that, if you look at the recent world scenario where after the takeover of Afghanistan by Taliban, the terrorist incidents in Pakistan have increased like anything. Apart from that, looking at the Sahel region in Africa, where there's a strong correlation between climate change and terrorism, there are increased instances of terrorist attack in that particular region also. So if we look at this particular graph, it is clear that terrorist deaths due to terrorism have been increasing, and it peaked during the time when ISIS was at its peak during 2015-16, and then it started decreasing. But further, in the recent scenario, even if we look at the Israel-Hamas.
Sorry to interrupt, but we can't see the change in slides.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'll just... Ma'am, is it visible now?
I think you have unshared the screen. We can't see the PPT.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just share it once again.
Can you please share it once again?
Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So I was talking about this particular graph where it's clear that the terrorist incidents have just peaked when ISIS was at its peak during 2015-16, and then it started reducing. And further, if you look at the current scenario with the Israel-Palestine conflict with Taliban's takeover, these instances are further increasing. Now, in this scenario, counterterrorism measures play a very important role. So I've tried to model this in my paper, wherein I've taken counter to be
it seems that it is
those
stuck again.
Counter-terrorist measure.
It seems that it is not moving the slides again.
Sir, I'm still at the same slide.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, apart from that, de-radicalization measures are a very important counter-terrorist measure also. So my research question is looking at the counter-terrorist measure that the government should take in case the type of terrorist group is rational or irrational is unknown. Now, the major problem with terrorism in today's world is that there is no concrete definition of terrorism that is available. Even the United Nations has failed to reach a consensus where we have a very clear-cut definition that this group is a terrorist group and this group is not a terrorist group. So taking this into account, I have divided the terrorist group into rational and irrational, and further set up a game theoretic model. And I have looked at the case where if the government doesn't know the type of terrorist group, what should be the counter-terrorist measures. So as I mentioned, I have divided the terrorist group into two types. First is the rational one, and the second is irrational one. Now, by rational, I mean that a particular terrorist group which actually does a cost-benefit analysis before attacking. Now, the general definition of terrorism in literature is that people carry out terrorist attack in order to create fear in the minds of people, and the final objective is to have some kind of political goal. Now, rational terrorist groups are those who actually do the cost-benefit analysis, and if they see a particular scenario where they can sit across the negotiation table with the government and get their political objective, they will not attack. So the two strategies for the rational group is to attack or not attack. And in this case, if the government knows that, okay, this particular group is a rational group, then there are chances that the government will also not spend on the counter-terrorist measure. So the main thing is rational group is the one which does the cost-benefit analysis. The second type of terrorist group is the irrational terrorist group. I've taken the irrational terrorist group to be one which has lexicographic preferences. So this particular group, it doesn't do any kind of cost-benefit analysis, and the main objective is to carry out the attack, no matter what. So the example of that can be suicide bombers, or when a terrorist group is at the beginning or at the end of its operation. So when a terrorist group is at the beginning of its operation, it wants to get noticed. So the major objective of any kind of terrorist group is to have media attention and to gain recruits and send across their message to wider set of people. So for irrational group, which is just starting or at the end of its operation, the main objective is to carry out the attack. So irrespective of whatever is there, the irrational group will carry out an attack and they will have lexicographic references. Now moving on to the model, I've taken two players in the game. The first player is the terrorist group. As I mentioned, there are two types of terrorist group, rational and irrational. And the second player is the government. Now, as far as the government is concerned, the two strategies which are available for the government is either to spend on counter-terrorist measure or to opt out. Now, by opting out, I mean that since the resources which are available at the disposal of the government are always limited, so they can either spend it on productive assets like education, infrastructure, health, which in turn will have multiplier effect, or they can spend it on counter-terrorist measures in order to prevent a terrorist attack. So the government has two strategies: either it opts out or it goes for a counter-terrorist measure. Now, in this case, the government will opt out only when it knows that the type of terrorist group is a rational group. If the government knows that it's an irrational group, it will always go for counter-terrorist measure because the irrational group will always attack. However, if it is a rational group, there are chances of opting out and going in for negotiation. The irrational group in this case knows that the government will actually have a possibility of opting out. So the two strategies which are available for the irrational group is either to mimic the rational group or not mimic the rational group. When the irrational group mimics the rational group, it actually deceives the government to believe that it's a rational group and the government to opt out. If the government opts out, the attack is successful and the main objective of the irrational group is attained. However, having said that, I have assumed that the irrational group will replicate the rational group at a cost C, which is psychological cost. So there is a cost of mimicking the rational group. So this basically summarizes the model. Since the government has limited resources, it will opt out or spend on counter-terrorist measure. And the types of terrorist groups are irrational or rational. The two strategies for irrational group is either to mimic or not mimic, and for rational is either to attack or not attack. The first case is where I've looked at the simultaneous game. and the player is the irrational terrorist group and the government. So if the irrational terrorist group is the first player, government being the second player, these are the strategies. I have assumed capital V to be the payoff to the terrorist group if it actually attacks. Now, irrational group will always attack, but if it's mimicking and the government is opting out, the attack is successful, but minus small c is the cost of that particular attack. So the payoff that the terrorist group gets when it mimics and the government opts out is V minus C. Whereas when it is not mimicking, there is no cost attached and the government is actually deceived to believe that it's a rational group. So the terrorist group gets a payoff of V. However, when the government actually spends on anti-terrorist measure and the terrorist group is mimicking, so it is spending on anti-terrorist measure and the terrorist attack is foiled. So minus capital C is the cost to the terrorist group from that failed attack. Minus small c is the cost of mimicking. That's the first payoff. And when the terrorist group is not mimicking and the government spends on anti-terrorist measures and the attack is foiled, minus capital C is the cost to the terrorist group. Now, moving on to the payoffs for the government, I've assumed K to be the payoff that the government gets when it spends on productive assets like education, health, which I mentioned earlier. Whereas if the terrorist group mimics and the government is deceived to believe that, the payoff becomes K minus F. And when the terrorist group does not mimic and the government opts out, it gets a payoff of K minus T. Now, in this case, I've assumed K minus T to be greater than K minus F because that is actually a reputational damage to the government. Now, the second case is where the government is spending on anti-terrorist measures and the terrorist group is mimicking. Government gets a payoff of L and in the first case, and when the terrorist group is not mimicking, government gets a payoff of M. In this case, I've assumed L to be greater than M. Now, when I've checked for the Nash equilibrium, the dominant strategy Nash equilibrium in case of irrational terrorist group is to not mimic, and for the government, it is to spend on anti-terrorist measures. That was the first case of looking at the irrational group. Now I've looked at the rational group, and in this case, the two strategies for terrorist group is to not attack and attack. So if the terrorist group is not attacking and the government is opting out and there's some kind of negotiation that has happened, the terrorist group gets a payoff of A. Whereas if the terrorist group attacks and the government opts out, it gets a payoff of B. And when the terrorist group is not attacking and there is counter-terrorist measures are there, the terrorist group doesn't get anything because there was no cost involved. However, when it attacks and there is anti-terrorist expenditure by the government, the cost is minus capital C as it was in the irrational terrorist group's case. In the previous slide, I mentioned that the government gets a payoff of K when it spends on productive assets and it's opt-out, and it gets a payoff of K minus T when there's an attack and the government opts out. It gets a payoff of E. Now, what is E? E is like a deterrence effect. Now, when the terrorist group is after some kind of intelligence, it gets to know that the government is spending on the anti-terrorist measure, the terrorist group refrains from attacking, so it doesn't attack and the government spends on D. So E is like a deterrence effect, and when the group attacks and the government spends on counter-terrorist measure, the government gets a payoff of M. Now, after checking for the Nash equilibrium, I found out that there was no pure strategy Nash equilibrium in case of rational group. So I checked for the mixed strategy for the rational group. In this case, I've attached probability P that the government opts out, and Q is the probability that the terrorist group does not attack. By solving this, I've arrived at some propositions. The proposition 1 is that the likelihood of not attacking by the rational group increases with an increase in government's payoff from spending on anti-terrorist measures, irrespective of an attack, and it increases with a decrease in government's payoff from opting out. And the second proposition is the likelihood of opting out by the government increases with an increase in the cost of an unsuccessful attack, an increase in payoff to the terrorist group from not attacking and negotiation, and it increases with a decrease in payoff from a successful attack to the terrorist group. After the simultaneous move game, now I've looked at the sequential move game where the terrorist group moves first and the government is the follower. Now, by backward induction, I have looked at the subgame perfect Nash equilibrium. For the irrational group, it is the same as we got in the simultaneous move game, that is to not mimic and spend on anti-terrorist measure. However, for the rational group, the subgame perfect Nash equilibrium is to not attack and opt out. This is actually different from the simultaneous move game, because in the simultaneous move game, there was no pure strategy Nash equilibrium. So that is the difference here. And the subgame perfect Nash equilibrium is to not attack and opt out. The next case is where the government moves first and the irrational terrorist group is the follower. Now, in this case, the subgame perfect Nash equilibrium is for the government to spend on anti-terrorist measure and the irrational group to not mimic. I would just like to reiterate that this is the same Nash equilibrium that we have got in the previous case where the terrorist group was the leader, and also in the simultaneous move game. So that is a consistent Nash equilibrium throughout for the irrational terrorist group. However, if we look at the rational terrorist group, where it is the follower and government is the leader, by backward induction, the Nash equilibrium is to spend on anti-terrorist measure and not attack. So, in this case, for the rational terrorist group, I have got different Nash equilibrium in all the cases that I have looked at. Hence, the proposition 3, which says that for the irrational terrorist group, the Nash equilibrium is same in simultaneous move game, sequential move game with the terrorist as leader as well as the follower. Whereas for the rational terrorist group, it is different in all the 3 cases. Firstly, there is no pure strategy Nash equilibrium in simultaneous move game, but equilibrium exists in mixed strategy game. In sequential move game, when the terrorists move first, the Nash equilibrium is to not attack by the terrorist, and opt out by the government. And when the government moves first, the Nash equilibrium is to spend on anti-terrorist measure and not attack by the rational terrorist group. So this is one of the most important results that I've arrived at, and it actually points at the importance of having that particular intelligence about the type of terrorist group, and also having that particular significance of defining what is actually a terrorist group in today's scenario. The next case is where I've looked at the incomplete information. So if the government moves first and it does not know the type of the terrorist group, where I've put a probability of F that it is a rational group and 1 minus F that it is an irrational group. And by solving this, first, when the government plays the anti-terrorist strategy, and second, when the government actually opts out. By solving this, the proposition that I've arrived at is that in case of incomplete information, the government will always spend on anti-terrorist measures, because the government doesn't know about the type of terrorist group. So it actually points to the opportunity cost of the resources which are available at the disposal of government. Had the government known about the terrorist group, it would have actually acted accordingly. If it would have been a rational group, it would not have spent on the counter-terrorist measure. And if it would have been an irrational group, then certainly it would have spent on anti-terrorist measures. The last part of the model looks at a costly leader type of game, where I have looked at the importance of intelligence, as I pointed out in the previous slides. Here I have said that let theta be the cost of information or intelligence which the government incurs to get the information on the type of terrorist group, and B is the probability that the government incurs a cost to get the information on the type of terrorist group. So here I've taken H to be the probability that the group is irrational and it will always attack. 1 minus H is the probability that it is a rational group. P is the probability that irrational group mimics the rational group. Q is the probability that the rational group attacks. And the rationale behind buying the information on the type of terrorist group, as I mentioned, would be to take the action accordingly. This is the game tree, where I have started with the nature, which chooses the type of the terrorist group, which can either be irrational or rational. Then the rational group can either go on to attack or not attack. Then the government comes in, which does not know about the type of terrorist group, and the government has the 2 strategies which it can choose from, either to buy the information or not buy the information. And again, after that, after the government has moved, the irrational terrorist group can either choose to mimic or not mimic, and the government will choose to either spend on anti-terrorist measure or opt out. So it is a screening type of game, and solving for the perfect Bayesian-Nash equilibrium. It has given me the result that the irrational group will not mimic, rational group will not attack, government will buy the information, and government will buy the information in case of the rational group as well. So the proposition out of that particular costly leader type of game is that when there is incomplete information, the government will always buy information about the type of terrorist group, even though the information is costly, which I've assumed theta in this case, and act accordingly. Now, in this case, the irrational group will attack without mimicking the rational terrorist group because that's costly for the irrational group, whereas the rational terrorist group will choose not to attack. So that is the result from the costly leader type of game. And with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Well, I think, this categorization of rational and irrational terrorist group, that I think it's better to, when you write it down, it's better to specify it differently, because as irrational, why will a terrorist be irrational? I mean, is he a nihilist or something like that? I mean, the question is, you are talking about two different types, and this is a typical game theory problem, when consumers are of two different types, when producers are of different types. And so here your agent, your terrorist, it is of different types. But this categorization according to completely, he does it just for his own, he loves to do it. That I think needs to be slightly rethought. Completely irrational does not appear to be very sensible in terms of, but I don't say that the rest of the results are to be thrown away before. But only the thing is, you have to specify this more carefully so that people can link this to somewhat link this to reality. That whenever a terrorist activity is done, it has some kind of objective behind that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Can I come in for?
Okay, Indrila, yeah.
Yes. Yes, thank you for your talk. It's a very interesting one. As Ronojada was suggesting, I would also iterate on the same, and I would suggest you can probably use the different terminologies like a rigid or an orthodox terrorist with some ideological rigidity, and other one being a little more economic or something. Some terminological changes can work here. That is what I feel. The other thing is I have missed it. I don't know in the very beginning while describing the motivation of the paper, you have spoken about climate change and terrorism. I'm really sorry, but I've missed it. I did not see that connection from the model also. If you are trying to establish something on that respect, it is very surprising, even if you are saying so why it is there. The other thing is, I would urge you to look into Barman Shapiro's 2011 papers, where I think can hearts be bought with minds. It's on the Israel conflict only, and it's on the similar lines as you were talking about, but it deals with a larger depth of how the support of the general citizens would also influence the actions taken by the government, as well as the actions which are going to be taken by the terrorist community. So it can go in favor, it may not go in favor. So I think that angle can actually help you to develop your model in a better way. Yeah, that's all
Sure.
from my side. Thank you.
Okay, any reply to that one, or
So, since this is a work in progress, I think the suggestions which sir and ma'am have given, I'll certainly incorporate those and look at the papers, sir, and further improve the work.
okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? No? Okay, thank you, Professor Harichandran, for an interesting paper and presentation. So,
thank you, sir.
Let us go to the last paper of the session by Professor Sugandha Huria.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll just share my screen. Is my PPT visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this platform to discuss my study on investment provisions and the welfare effects of a free trade agreement, a theoretical assessment. So as the title suggests, there are two keywords, right? One is free trade agreement and the other is investment provision. So if I have to talk about the background of this analysis, now when we consider looking at how the multilateral trade is, recognizing its shape, even after 75 years to the foundation of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and now more than a quarter century to the World Trade Organization, we know that the issue of economic integration is still at the forefront of policy debates at both national and international levels. And the global financial crisis of 2008 specifically that led to the Great Trade Collapse, it also raised, worldwide skepticism regarding freer trade policies, of which RTAs assume a very important role. And consequently, what we have seen is, as you can see in this diagram, it depicts the number of RTAs in force per year starting 1958 till 2022. We have seen that after 2008, there has been a sudden slowdown in the number of regional trade agreements being concluded globally. And this, of course, holds true for India as well, which did not conclude any RTA after the conclusion of the Indo-Japan CIPA in 2011. At least in the 2010 to 2020 decade. Now, however, recently what has happened is that several countries have revived their interest in signing newer trade agreements. And in a short span of just 3 years, from 2020 to 2022, we have seen that amid all crises and concerns, as many as 47 new RTAs have been concluded. And these RTAs have been concluded by a mix of both developing and developed countries. And once again, India is not an outlier. So this means that the discussion and debates on RTAs have once again come to the core. Now, when we talk about investment provision specifically, it is well known by now that, even when you go deep into the trade theory literature, it actually recognizes the link between trade and foreign direct investment. Earlier, we used to talk about whether these two are substitutes or complementary to each other. But in the present day world, which is guided by global value chains or the so-called fragmented production structures, we have seen that FDI is, it has now become a conduit for the growth of trade flows in the world market. And to quote some number here, so in 2013 report by World Economic Forum, it was suggested that approximately 80% of the world exports of goods and services happen through multinational activity. In fact, more recently, as per the OECD's activities of multinational enterprises database, it was estimated that approximately 36% of global output is produced within the scope of multinationals. 75%, that means more than 2/3 of the world export is happening through FDI. And in fact, FDI also contributes to more than 50% of world imports of goods and services. Now, these statistics clearly reflect that even when we talk about trade and FDI policies, there should be some interlinkages between the two. However, when we consider looking at FDI as far as the scope of regional trade agreements is concerned, even today, the data suggests that many RTAs do not include substantive investment provisions. Now, Now, what do I mean by substantive of investment provisions? So if you go deeper into the literature and look through the databases on regional trade agreements, you would realize that the scope of investment liberalization covered within trade agreements, it actually greatly varies from agreement to agreement. So to give you an example, in certain cases, only the aim of protecting investment is mentioned in the preamble of an RTA, while in others you would see that investment protection and liberalization even go beyond the services chapter, and agreements specifically include a separate chapter on substantial investment provisions. And especially when we talk about substantial investment provisions, the core elements incorporate two key provisions. One is with respect to the definition, definitional provision, where we talk about the definition of investment, investor, etc. And the second core element relates to operative provisions, wherein we talk about the standards of treatments of investment, for example, MFN treatment, national treatment, etc. And it also talks about the protection given to investors in that, within the scope of that agreement, wherein you talk about protection against nationalization, expropriation of rights, availability of dispute settlement, etc. So basically, these provisions, they form the regulatory framework for FDI in the participating economy. So that's one. The second is that even when we go deeper into the literature on regional trade agreements, you would see that, of course, there now exists an abundance of, literature on RTAs, but mostly the theoretical literature discusses about the welfare effects of RTAs without actually reflecting on the effect of incorporation of FDI related provisions within these agreements. B, even when we talk about RTAs and FDI together, it is seen that most of the literature actually tells us how RTAs could actually facilitate foreign direct investment from extra RTA partners. So again, there is no specific literature which actually talks about the welfare effects of incorporating investment provisions within free trade agreements. And lastly, of course, when you look at the multilateral front also, rules on investments are largely missing from the WTO's legal architecture. It was only recently, during its 11th ministerial conference in the year 2018, when, it was decided to initiate structured discussions for developing a framework on investment facilitation. However, there is no such framework as yet. So basically, keeping in mind these linkages between trade and FDI and the role that RTAs are playing today, because given the stalemate at the WTO, it is seen that how countries are now trying to negotiate more and more of regional trade agreements to carry forward their trade as well as investment negotiations. The objective of this study is to basically make an attempt to explore conditions under which FTAs would also make a strong case for carrying forward investment negotiations at the WTO. So in other words, what we are trying to do is we're trying to derive the conditions under which free trade agreements can simultaneously assume the role of both trade as well as investment facilitators, and hence enhance the welfare of member countries while improving the profitability of producers belonging to the participating economies. So this slide represents the stylized framework that we are following for answering our questions of interest. So we basically assume a world wherein there are three countries, A, B, and R. We assume that A is the one which is actually the home of the multinational firm, and B and R represent the developing countries. So the only distinguishing feature is that the country which homes the multinational becomes the developed country in our framework for analytical simplicity, and the other two countries, B and R, are the developing economies. Now, when I specifically talk about the supply side of the framework, in each of the three countries, we have two imperfectly competitive vertically related markets. So there is one downstream player which is producing the final good using the intermediate input which is being produced by the upstream player, either in the same country or in the other two countries. The production technology is very simple. We assume that 1 unit of intermediate input is required to produce a unit of final good, and so is the case of intermediate input. We require 1 unit of factor of production, which is available domestically also to produce the unit of intermediate input. The trade costs are nothing but the tariff related costs. So when it comes to optimal output tariff imposed on imports of final goods, we represented by small t. And when it comes to optimal input tariffs, we represented by small s. We also assume that there is no possibility of profitable arbitrage in order to assume away the case of parallel imports. Now, this is about the supply side of the framework. In addition, we also assume that all these final goods producers as well as the intermediate input producers, they're producing homogeneous goods in our framework, and they are quantity competitors. So that means we are assuming the case of Cournot competition. Now, when I talk about the demand side, we assume a quasi-linear utility function. So hence we have a linear demand function where alpha I represents the market size of any country I, and Fi is nothing but the total amount of demand for final goods in that country I. Now, as regards the market sizes of the three economies, we assume that both the developing countries, that is, countries B and R, are of same market size, which we represent by alpha. However, the market size could differ from the market size of the developed economy, which is country A in our framework. So that is why here theta is actually representing the degree of market size asymmetry. Now, the developed country could either be bigger in size vis-a-vis that of the developing countries, or it could be smaller in size too. We are not imposing any restriction on the size of the developed country vis-a-vis that of the size of the developing economies. Now, how do we incorporate the role of multinational activities? As I said, that when it comes to the multinational firm, only the developed country owns the multinational firm, which means which means that if I have to give you an idea of how I'm incorporating the two types of firms in my framework, so here the scenario represents without FDI and with FDI scenario. I'm assuming that all the three countries A, B, and R are trading with each other, and these three economies are trading in both intermediate inputs and final goods. But when it comes to the multinational firm's decision whether to opt for FDI or to go for directly exporting, it can offer FDI only in country B. So we are assuming away any relocation effects as far as country R is concerned. So the home of the multinational is country A, and if country A's multinational firms offer FDI in country B, then country B becomes the host country. Now, there are three specific cases that we have considered. In the first case, we consider that this multinational firm is an upstream firm. So the upstream firm in country A becomes the multinational firm. And how do we categorize it as a multinational firm? By looking at the cost efficiency of this firm. So if I talk about this case specifically, here columns 2 and 3 represent the cost structure of both upstream and downstream firms in the three countries under consideration in the absence of any FDI. So that means the three countries are purely trading with each other in intermediate inputs and final goods, but the multinational firm, the so-called multinational firm in country A, is opting for direct exports to country B rather than producing in country B via its subsidiary firm. So the cost structure is as follows. When you look at the upstream activity, when it comes to country A's upstream firm, it doesn't have to incur any cost while it is producing its intermediate input. But when it comes to country B or country R, they have to incur a positive cost of CU, C subscript U. Now, why have I taken 0 and CU? Because I wanted to introduce some cost differentiation between the two types of players, A, the multinational player, and B, the local player in any economy. So that is why we have assumed that the upstream players in countries B and R, while they have to incur a positive cost while producing the intermediate input, the upstream player in country A is more cost efficient, and therefore it has to incur 0 cost while producing its intermediate input. But when it comes to downstream stage, then in that case there is no such difference between three downstream players operating in countries A, B, and R. So in countries A, B, and R, DA or DI rather, where I is nothing but A, B, or R, this represents the per unit input cost that the downstream firm will have to incur in order to produce its final output. Now, what does this additional 0 represents here? So this means that there is no transformation cost as such. So in the first case, when I'm assuming the case of multinational upstream firm, I'm assuming that when it comes to the downstream stage, the final good producer only has to incur the cost of input while manufacturing its final output, but there is no transformation cost, the transformation of input into output, the additional transformation cost which it has to incur. And therefore, there is no difference between the three local players available in each of these three markets. Now, when it comes to the case when the multinational player in country A opts for FDI in country B, then the scenario changes. What is the change? The change is that even though in the upstream stage for country A, everything remains the same, but now instead of exporting its input to country B's downstream player, country A's multinational firms opts to operate via its subsidiary firm in country B. So that is why there are two players in country B now, two local players in country B. One, which is the multinational firm subsidiary from country A that is now producing through its plant in country B. And of course, we know that for it, the cost of producing an intermediate input is actually zero. And second is the local player, the local upstream player of country B. Now, what is this E? This E represents the positive technology spillover effect. So we are assuming that in this case, what's happening is the moment multinational firm opts for FDI in country B, it creates positive spillover effects by reducing the per unit cost of production for the local upstream player in country B. And hence the effective cost now becomes CU minus E, which is of course less than CU, which it was earlier, which it was incurring earlier in order to produce its intermediate input. And the last is the case of country R. There is no change in country R because, as I said, that we are assuming that country A only opts for FDI in country B, and there is no such FDI situation for country R specifically. And as regards the downstream stage, all the cost structures remains the same. So this is how I'm incorporating the role of multinational activities. So this is the supply side of the framework. Now, if I talk about the game structure that we have followed, so it is a three-stage game. In the first stage, the government announces the policy that it would like to, opt for, whether it would like to go for a free trade agreement with the other country under consideration or the pure trade or FDI regime. The second stage is when we talk about the input competition. So taking into account the tariffs imposed on inputs, in the second stage, the input players or the upstream firms in the three markets decide about their production activities and how much they would like to export to the rest of the world. And accordingly, the market prices for intermediate inputs are decided in each of the three countries. And finally, in the third stage, taking into account the input prices from the second stage and the downstream tariffs, the tariffs imposed on imports of output, the downstream players decide about their quantity, that they would like to sell within their domestic markets and the one that they would like to export to the rest of the world. And further, we are also assuming that, these countries will be incentivized. So for instance, in our case, we are assuming that countries A and B will be incentivized to form the FTA, because our main question is whether FTAs with investment provisions could actually lead to higher, welfare gains vis-a-vis FTA without investment provision. So we are ensuring that the conditions are such that countries A and B are incentivized to form the free trade agreements altogether. And what are these conditions? The condition is, of course, the first condition is that the post-FTA welfare should be more than the pre-FTA welfare. Otherwise, countries will not be incentivized to conclude such agreements. The second condition is when you talk about the GATT condition, where one of the norms in GATT states that even when two or more than two countries are opting for conclusion of a free trade agreement, this should not hamper their trade terms with the rest of the world. So that means that the post-FTA external tariff should not be greater than the pre-FTA external tariff. We are assuming that condition apart from the positive quantity condition for all the firms under consideration. Now, as I have laid down here, we are actually assuming that there are three cases. In the first case, we assume that the multinational firm is an upstream player. In the second case, we assume that the multinational firm is a downstream player. And in the third case, we just build on the second case. And now we assume that even though the multinational firm is a downstream player, that means it has a cost advantage vis-a-vis local downstream players in the rest of the world. That means countries B and R. However, countries B and R, being developing economies, they have comparative advantage when it comes to producing the intermediate input. Now, this could be due to availability of an abundant of labor, or maybe their comparative advantage when it comes to producing low value added goods, because the way we have developed our framework, it turns out that the final good is a high value added good vis-a-vis that of the intermediate input. So that's how the third case differ from the second case. Now, when we talk about regimes, in each of the three cases, we have developed 4 regimes. In the first regime, we assume the only trade case wherein the 3 countries decide to trade in both final goods and intermediate inputs, and the governments accordingly decide about the optimal input and output tariffs. When we solve for this case, we compute the profit that the multinational firm in country A it accrues while it decides to directly export its product to country B. Now, the second regime is when we talk about the case of FDI. So, for instance, if I'm talking about case 1, wherein we are looking at multinational upstream firm, then in this case, what we do is we assume that now the multinational firm in country A decides to offer FDI in country B. And this is going to happen because, of course, the multinational firm is also a rational firm. This will happen only if the profit from FDI will exceed at least greater than or equal to profit when it operates through exports, right? So within the feasible parametric configuration that we get for regime 1 and regime 2, we identify that space that support the incentive compatibility constraint for this multinational firm. And from this case, we move on to the cases of FTA. So that means in our framework, what we are doing is we are first establishing the fact that there exists certain incentive for the player in the developed country to offer FDI in one of the developing countries. Once it opts for FDI in the developing countries, thereafter the countries are now taking a decision whether or not to form an FTA, and if at all they form a free trade agreement with each other, whether this free trade agreement will include substantive investment provisions or will it not include substantive investment provisions altogether. For instance, if I talk about India, now India is looking forward to signing a lot of new trade agreements, let's say with the United States of America, Canada, European Union, and all these countries are also important FDI partners, right? So prior to signing the FTA, we are already linked through strong multinational activities. So this is the framework that we have developed here. So in regime 3, what we do is now we assume that once we identify the incentive compatibility space, which actually incentivizes the multinational firm to offer foreign direct investment in country B, we assume that countries A and B decide to conclude a free trade agreement, but without investment provisions. So this means that when we are talking about incorporating or not incorporating the investment provisions, we are taking into account the fixed cost of operations that multinationals usually have to incur while operating in the host economies. Now, these fixed cost of operations could relate to rule of law, it could relate to administrative, bottlenecks with regards to IPR, intellectual property rights, with regards to maybe land holdings or other related concerns. So this is how we're talking about fixed cost of operations. And thereafter,
sorry,
we again compare.
Just a gentle reminder that you have 3 more minutes left.
I'm very sorry.
That's
okay, so I will quickly then discuss the results.
Yeah.
So in regime 3, we are talking about FTA between A and B without investment provisions. And in regime 4, we are talking about FTA between A and B with investment provisions. So that means what happens when the 2 countries actually, while concluding the free trade agreement, they also include substantive investment provisions, which in turn reduces that fixed cost of operation substantially for the multinational firm operating within that free trade bloc. So if I now talk about the findings before moving on to the findings from free trade agreements, that is regime 3 and regime 4, it is actually important to discuss the welfare effects of the FDI, right? Because if you want to include, if countries are willing to include or not to include investment provisions, we should also understand the benefits that we accrue once we talk about FDI at the upstream stage vis-a-vis FDI at the downstream stage. So if I talk about that welfare effect specifically with reference to the upstream firm, when we talk about the multinational at the upstream stage, we realize that FDI not only benefits the source country because it improves the market access for the source country, but it also benefits the host country's downstream firms substantially, and so their consumers. Why? Because obviously when the multinational upstream firm from country A opts for FDI in country B, it reduces the cost of intermediate input that is available to countries B downstream firm, which in turn reduces the market price of final products available to consumers. Simultaneously, we also saw that under such cases, when we allow for such FDI, it is in the interest of the government of the host country as well as the government of the source country and the rest of the world to reduce their optimal input and output tariffs. So that means FDI at the upstream stage is actually incentivizing the governments of the three countries to reduce their optimal tariff structure, which means that FDI is also affecting the nature of trade liberalization, thereby indicating the trade FDI complementarity in our framework, even though in our framework we are only talking about horizontal FDI. The next point is that when this multinational activity occurs and it increases the trade between country A and B, and when it does so, it is not eliminating or reducing the trade between the source economy, that is country A, and the rest of the world. So that means FDI is not diverting any trade away from country R, which is the rest of the world in our framework. In fact, it is increasing that trade altogether. Why? Because what's happening is the moment you talk about FDI at the upstream stage, not only the cost efficiency of the local player operating in country B improves, but because this local player as well as the multinational player, they are also trading with the rest of the world, overall the average cost of intermediate input decreases, which in turn benefits the downstream sector, and hence the positive spillover effect also fall onto the case of the consumer, which improves the welfare of all the economies under consideration. So in this case, when we talk about FDI at the upstream stage, not only the source country benefits, which is country A in our framework, but country B and R also benefit. And therefore, if country R is also benefiting regardless of the parametric configurations, it means that there is no contagion effect, because usually in case of RTAs, we have seen that the recent literature also talks about the contagion effect, which in turn, which happens when one country or when two or more than two countries are forming a free trade agreement, they also incentivize the other countries to conclude such agreements, right? So this, okay, in our case, we find that there is no sorry,
can you please conclude now?
Okay, sorry. And in the case of downstream firms, however, the results were substantially different. The trade of FDI complementarity was observed there, but it was very weak in comparison to that of the multinational upstream firm. In fact, we found that under no parametric configuration, all the three countries were gaining when it comes to multinational downstream activity. And the second result relates to welfare effects of FDI in case of upstream vis-a-vis that of downstream firms. So, of course, when FDI happens at the upstream stage, the welfare effect was more because of the reasons that I've already explained. And in fact, we could relate it to why tariff commissions and countries mostly opt for tariff escalation, because if you're going to put a lot of tariff at the intermediate input stage, it would lead to cascading effect, right? And similarly here also, when FDI was happening at the upstream stage, it was leading to greater benefits in terms of translating positive spillover effects onto the world market. Even when we talk about the effects of FTAs, the conclusion was that under majority of the parametric configurations, welfare effects of FTAs with investment provisions was more than that of FTAs without investment provisions. In fact, in certain cases, FTAs without investment provision was also disincentivizing the multinational firms to continue with its multinational operations in the host country. And we also found that even when we are talking about FTAs with investment provisions, all the firms were gaining, which is in contrast to FTAs without investment provisions, in which case producers, the domestic producers, were generally losing out because of competition from the foreign markets. And the last conclusion relates to heterogeneous effects of FTAs, because while we were doing this study, we also realized that in fact, the content of FTAs when it comes to including investment provisions or not including investment provisions, and also the stage at which the FDI is happening, that is also affecting the distribution of gains, not just among the partner economies, but also for a particular partner economy across different segments, for instance, downstream players, upstream players, and the consumption side of our framework. So that means that, even if we want to address the debate on unequal gains from FTAs, our model suggests that it is not FTA, it is actually the content of FTA. And if you are at all you're including FDI, whether the FDI is happening at the upstream stage or the downstream stage, that also affects the gains from free trade agreements. So this is where I conclude by saying that when we know that the possibility of concluding a multilateral agreement on investment is very weak, RTAs with investment provisions could provide a way forward to for investment negotiations at the WTO. I'm very sorry for exceeding the time.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Any questions or comments from the floor? Yeah.
Sugandha, you could have shown some of your equations in this because you're only reporting results, no? Only the propositions you're reporting, is it?
Yes, sir. This is because I've actually used 3D diagrams to demonstrate my results. My results are based on simulations. The problem is that there are several parameters.
Okay. Yeah. But your basic objective functions, what is the optimization exercise you do, what under different circumstances, what are the, from where these conditions come, what are the limits that you put to your parameters, because you are talking about a lot of theoretical propositions without any proof. So it looks like, it is difficult to comprehend what it, though I understand what you are trying to say. It's very obvious that, if you have an investment provision within an FTA, then that FTA will be more effective than if you don't have an investment provision, especially in the presence of, fragmentation of production. That's where the idea is well taken. But, you have, unless you specify exactly in what context and what are the results from which you derive these propositions, it does not. It's not clear to the listener that the conclusions, how robust these conclusions are, or under what circumstances.
I understand, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that. I'll include that.
Okay. Try to do it next time. No issues. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, then thank you, Professor Huria, for an interesting paper and presentation. So thanks to all the presenters for a very interesting session, and also for the participants for useful comments and suggestions. So I think this concludes the session. Yeah, Devashish.
Thank you so much, Professor Mukherjee, for conducting the session and agreeing to chair the session on behalf of our request. So we now have a short recess for about 10 minutes. From 5:15, we are going to start the next session on environment and development, which will take place with the same link. There is another parallel session we are having, for which the link has been shared in the conference agenda. So those who are presenting in the parallel session, which is on trade and development, so you have to follow and join a different link. Those who are going to attend the session on environment and development, you can stay on this page and after a short while, this is 5 minutes past 5. So for about 10 minutes, we have a short break. There has been deliberation on a number of interesting papers. So maybe we need to take a break to re-energize ourselves. So at 5:15 sharp, we will start the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are four papers. Yes.
Okay, 20 to 25 minutes, and then we have a discussion, and we can also open the forum for suggestions and clarifications from the participants. So without much then delay, I will now invite Mr. Manish Chauhan to present the paper on spatial convergence.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. A very warm welcome to all of you for this presentation. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're audible.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just sharing my screen. Just a minute. So is my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay.
You can just make it full screen.
Okay. So, very warm welcome to all of you. So my presentation is on spatial convergence among Indian district. It is an econometric evidence, and it is having very few theoretical justification, and then empirically we are seeing that how the convergence that the Solo model is talking about, and how is it is related with the spatial part. So let me first thanks my supervisor also, that who has helped me in this uh, paper, Professor Somesh Mathur and Professor Praveen Kulshrestha. So now I'm starting with my abstract. So the basic question, and it is very from 2-3 decade, it is very important that do poorer region are catching up with the richer counterpart, and we have seen many studies around for this theoretically and empirically, and the firstly it was answered was by that Solo, and then later it was adopted by many uh, theorists, like there is one paper by Mankey, Romer, Wien model. They have included uh, human capital on that, and then another, there is one guy, Arthur and Coach, who have included these spatial thing in the this growth model. So my paper is talking all about the spatial convergence among Indian districts. Okay, so and we are also uh, taking into consideration the speed of convergence of Indian districts, and or speed of convergence of states at zonal level, at state level also. So let me start with the introduction, motivation, and review of literature. So if you see the UNDP Human Development Report, it says that out of 191 countries, it is 130 India's rank is India is stood about. So there is very diverse path of economic growth across states and districts, seems to be the reason for this low ranking of among these, despite this high growth rate of Indian economic growth. So, and there is another Niti Aayog report that is talking about that Bimaru state are underperforming compared to the national average. So, and the another difference, if you see about the regional uh, inequalities, then you can see that the per capita income of Goa and Delhi, it is 8 times or um, um, 10 times of Bihar and Haryana's, whereas Haryana's GDP is 6 times of Bihar. So it is a very diverse growth of regions. Even if you see that district, if you talk about the more granular level, then the district, if you see the district around Nepal regions, they are having uh, they are more less developed, and the region which are clustered in the industrial regions like Ghaziabad, Agra, Lucknow, and means they are having very different growth compared to the region like which are in the border area of Nepal, like Rampur, Balrampur, and Baraj. So there is one study by Hana Godimat 2019 that confirmed that it is not only the interstate disparity but it also intrastate disparity is increasing in India. So intrastate disparity means the uh, within the state disparity. For example, the regions which are uh, closer to the industrial cluster, they are much developed as compared to the further one. So now I would like to spend some time on the literature that the Romer of 1986 and 1990, and Lucas 1988 and Krugman 1991, they have shaped new growth theories with the inclusion of regional disparities, and they have shaped this growth economic growth model into new economic geography. So, and there is one paper by Fisher in 2011 which has used this Mankey-Romer wheel model with the inclusion of spatial pattern and making it as spatial Mankey-Romer wheel model. So, in this model, they have said that not only the in output of ith region influenced by the current current region of human capital and physical capital of that region, but also the neighboring region also having impact on the same regions. For example, if you would like to say that the region of Noida is and Gurgaon is also impacting the growth of Delhi. So, and there are other studies like Ghani et al. In 2014 and Das et al. 2019 and Datta 2012, which have said that even the infrastructural improvement is also having an important role in economic activities. And there are studies at district level that Hazarana et al. 2019 and Bilal et al. 2020, they found a spatial linkage in economic growth at district level. But there is still a scope to see that how it vary across state and across country. So our study will see the interstate comparison within state, that is district wise, with whether the districts are catching up with the richer counterpart, and including the spatial spillover factor. Okay, so let me first show you what is this Scholar model is talking about. This is the growth production function, which is having capital, human capital, and physical capital. So incorporating this in the growth model and having it at the steady state level. So we will deal with mainly with this equation. So this is the potential level of income, and this is the growth equation that we will see in the empirical part. So the left hand side is the growth, and in the right hand side we are having the coefficients with the share of capital, share of labor, and share of physical capital. And this Y0 is the initial level of capital, and the coefficient of this will only give us the whether the regions are converging with the richer counterpart or not, and what this spatial growth model will how they are attached with this. So now I am moving up to the spatial, how this solar model is taken in case of spatial externalities. So in our model, what we have done, we have included not only the human capital and physical capital, but other variables also. So it is like share of manufacturing, agriculture, health infrastructure, health indicator also, and clustering of economic activities. We have taken migration and population density. So this become the whole Cobb-Douglas production function in that case. So what is how this Arthur and Coach had made this spatial how he has included this spatial counterpart in this solar model, that he has given this technology factor as in this way. So it is not only the capital of current, but it is capital of other is also impacting that region. So in this way, we are including the spatial spillover in the solar model. So this is the whole algorithm of that, and this is potential level of income, and this is the main conditional convergence growth equation, which is left hand side is growth, and these are this upper part is same as in the solo growth model, but in the lower part it is we are having means this coefficient with the W matrix, that is it is not sorry, with the W matrix, and this share of other regions capital, other regions share of manufacturing. So this spatial externalities model of growth, it is also including this not on the growth of current the ith region, but it also including the growth of factors of other regions also. So this will I will clear you in the empirical part. So let us start with the variable data source that we have, how we have taken this data and how we have made this variable. So we are having this dependent variable, it is growth of income. So that this growth of income is for each district, and that we have taken it from IIM Ahmedabad. They are having one data source at district level, and then we have literacy rate that we have taken from population census as a proxy for human capital, then financial inclusion and health, and this financial inclusion index, health index, that we will see in the further slide how we had made this. And that the financial inclusion, for a financial inclusion we have used the data of RBI, and for health index we have NFHS survey and population census data, and health for health infrastructure we have DLHS 4 data, and for share of agriculture, manufacturing and services we have for same from IIM Ahmedabad, and population density and migration rate is from population census. So one thing I would like to make you know that the data that we have it for 2001 to 2017-18, and what we have done, we have averaged this data for a single period. Okay. So this now the financial inclusion index that we have made, and it is the multi-dimensional approach that we have used is used by Sarma 2008 for making the financial inclusion index. Although the financial inclusion index have many variable to be included, but since we have district level data, so we have only three variable to be included in the financial inclusion index. So one is the number of branches of scheduled commercial banks. Another one is total deposit of the banks, and third one is the total credit given by the banks. So when this is how we normalize this, and this is the formula for financial inclusion index. It is not. It is just the normalizing the Euclidean distance of DI from ideal part. So now the another part is the health index. That how we have made this health index. It is taken from this Mohanty et al. 2019, who has formulated this index for at district level. So what they have done, that they had included this elderly health, adult health, and child health into the country, into the consideration. So adult health they have used for by measuring body mass index, hypertension, and diabetes for the age of 15 to 54, and moderate and severe anemia for 15 to 19 age. And elderly health is measured using a percentage of disability among 16 plus population, and child health is calculated by using stunning diarrhea and under 5 mortality. And the database is NFHS 4, and that is the year for 2015-16. And for health infrastructure, we have used just the MPI score, that is mean physical infrastructure, that primary healthcare infrastructure that we have used. And another is district cohorts. So these district cohorts, what we have done, that we have used the whole data for all over India, and for different state we have bifurcated that data according to the economic potential also, aspirational districts in index also, and zonal level also. Okay. So in the methodology part, first we have what I would like to state, the this Moran-I index, that is similar to the autocorrelation. The autocorrelation is the part of the time series. In the time series, we are having this autocorrelation in the relation of time period of previous year. So in spatial pattern, we do not have time period, but we have regions. So in this part, we will see that whether the nearer region are related to each other or not, in case of any variable like GDP or physical capital or other variables. And another thing, that how we have calculated the spatial weight index. So this is the cofactor of this vector, that how we have made. So C11 is made according to the relation that if region 1 is related to 1, so this diagonal element are 0, but C12 is that one region is related to 2 region. So if they are related, then it is 1, otherwise 0. So in this way, this matrix is made. Then the W matrix is made just to normalize the above matrix, so that the sum of their row is equal to 1. And the spatial dependent test. So we have made one Moran-I test on whole districts of India, and we calculated that there is high spatial dependence, and it is 3.28, sorry, 0.328 with modernized statistics, which is very high. So it is clearly showing the presence of spatial dependence. And now we have also diagnosed this spatial dependence with the other spatial dependent test, that is LM test. So even their test also having very, means the result of this LM test and their robust part shows that there is spatial dependence among the district. And this is the result. These are the result of regional growth. Means the variable is growth of the district and growth of the income of the district. So this is the map of log of initial level of GDP. So initial here is 2001 to 2001. 2 is the year of initial level of income for the for each district. So here we can see some spatial pattern that if you see the darker part is the region which are having high growth rate of income, and sorry, not growth rate of income. They are having high level of GDP per capita, and the lesser shaded region are having less growth level of income, level of GDP. So GDP per capita. So if you can see that the darker part are clustered and the less darker part are also clustered. So if here we can see that they can show the spatial pattern. And now the different model of spatial regression that we have used in the our regression. That first these are the 7 type of regression that we have used, that OLS, and then spatially lag model, that dependent variable, that X is also the other regions of X, other regions is also impacting the growth of other factor of regions also impacting the growth. Similar in the case of SAR model, but here we are having lagged value in case of dependent variable. And there is another case that we have used, that SEM, the spatial error model. Here we have dependence in case of error, and if we are having dependence in case of error also, and in independent variable also, then it is SDAM. And if we are only having it in the case of dependent variable and independent variable, then SDN, that is spatial Durbin model. And this Mansky model, it include all the cases that it is having dependence in case of dependent variable, independent variable, and in case of error also. So these are the result of spatial beta convergence at district level of India. So here you can see that if this is the log of sorry, the first row showing the coefficient of log of initial per capita income. So you can see that they are positive, but if you see that in case of Mansky it is negative, so but it is not significant. So we can clearly infer that in case of, and this is the result, these are the results of beta convergence at district level, and it is unconditional convergence. So at unconditional convergence, it is showing that they are not converging. But at this point it is converging when we are using spatial dependence at all level. And if you see the lambda value and rho value, okay, so these lambda and rho, let me show you. These are the lambda value and rho value. So they are showing the dependence at error level. That error are means the variable which are not in the specification. Those are in the error. So they are spatially correlated, and at the lambda it is showing that the um, the regions other regions is also having impact of the nearer regions. Okay. And this is the and this theta value is this one. So it is showing that if other region is developing, their initial level is more, then the growth is less of the current region. So these are the result of spatial conditional convergence at district level, and this is conditional convergence. So we are including the other variables also. So like literacy rate, financial inclusion, share of infrastructure, that share of economic structure, that is agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And you can clearly see that the beta convergence is significant in this part. So we can easily say that the conditional convergence at district level is clearly seen in the case of district level. So, and financial level and the coefficient of literacy rate, financial inclusion, and economic structure, migration, it is coming out to be positive. That is, it is impacting these factors are impacting the growth in the positive. And health index is coming out to be negative. And the reason for this is that the health index that we have made is the more the health, the number of, the more is the health index of district is saying that the less well of the health of that district. That is why it is coming out to be negative. It means that if the health index means a health indicator of the district is good, then it is coming out to be the growth of the district is coming out to be positive. And these are the result of these theta variable that result means the lag value of this independent variables. And what's the time? It is already 46. So, and these are the result of unconditional convergence with the OLS and spatial model for district belonging to each states. So here we have diverse thing that in OLS, if you see that it is all negative, that they are converging. Okay, and in the but
okay, Mr. Chauhan, you must now complete, huh?
Pardon,
running
sir?
out of time. You can now you can just conclude now.
Okay. So what I would like to conclude in this in these result that for different states, it is some in we are having result of converging and some are diverging. So we have also seen the speed of convergence for different district also. So these are the speed of convergence. So positive for the state where that is having means converging, and negative for the region which are diverging. Okay, so similar result we are having for zonal level also, that central zone, it is having divergence, whereas if this northeastern zone, and it is showing convergence, but it is not significant. So, and another important results are that the result of beta convergence for this aspiration district and other bifurcation of district according to the economic potential, and that is for high aspiration district it is negative, and for medium EPI score. EPI score is the economic potential index of the district. So we have bifurcated those districts according to the economic potential. So we are having some high, very high EPI score district, and we have 5 type of categories, and very high, medium, low, and very low. So the convergence in case of very low and low EPI score, and also at aspirational district. So here these districts are converging with their own counterpart. With their own districts. Like for example, we are talking here about the aspiration district, only the set of those aspirational districts which are less well off. So they are converging among themselves. So these are the some important results, and these are for conditional convergence. And here I would like to conclude that districts are not converging to the common potential level. That is, they are not converging when in case of unconditional convergence. Unconditional convergence is that when we are not taking the other factor, we are taking only the initial level of income. So it is, but when we take the unconditional, when we take the conditional convergence into the consideration, then it is showing that convergence in case of all districts. Okay, so here what the results are mainly pointing, that they are explaining, their explanation can be due to the core periphery or unbalanced growth hypothesis given by Krugman 1991 and Hirschman 1958 respectively, that unlike the unbalanced hypothesis of new classical growth model, and even after considering the other factor impacting economic growth apart from initial level of income, the result gives the evidence of convergence to their own potential level. And we have very little evidence of unconditional for any group of districts. However, for all districts, we have clear evidence of conditional convergence. Another important result would be that the evidence of unconditional for low and medium EPI score district, whereas it shows significant divergence for high and very high EPI score district. And the impact, as we have seen, that the financial inclusion is positive, and the increase in the manufacturing agriculture share, it is also having significant impact on the growth of the district. So we can increase in the services is negative, impacting many zones, but for all district it is positive but insignificant. But for low and medium EPI score district, it is negative but insignificant. And important thing is that the health indicator is also having significant impact on the growth. And we can easily conclude that poorer regions converge with their richer counterpart when considering district endowment and spatial balance. Thank you. And these are the references. And
okay, so yeah, fine. Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. And so now the floor is open for questions. You can raise your hands, people who want to ask questions. Anyone? Yeah, I think there is one. Yeah. It's Daniel. Yes. Yeah. Kindly ask the question.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Can you go to? You have not unshared your screen, so it will be difficult. Okay, so that's fine. Can you go to where you have the growth model? I want to understand. Yeah, can you go to where you have the growth model? The growth equation. Model. Yeah. The growth equation. Okay. Yeah. Quickly.
Are you talking about the solo model? Solo model or spatial?
Where you have the estimable model. Okay. You have the log difference equal to something. Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
No. Where you have the specific variable, but this is fine. Okay, so in this model, how do I know which coefficient is measuring convergence?
Okay, which coefficient is measuring?
Convergence.
Convergence.
Yes.
Okay, so see, this is the initial level of income. Okay, so the coefficients which is attached to the this. So
you have lambda I minus into bracket 1 minus time.
Yes.
Is it the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So
this is the speed of lambda I is the speed of convergence.
Is it only lambda I or okay? So what restrictions did Solo?
See, Solo that you are talking about. Let me tell you.
I'm asking this because if you go to your results, you realize that some of the coefficients, even though they are negative and significant, are more than 1. To define convergence, the assumption is that the coefficient of the last
it is to be less than 1.
Yeah, it should be less than 1. So I wanted you to explain why in those cases they are more than 1 and you still assume there's convergence. That is my question.
Okay, so what I would say that there may be some specification error in the model that we are not including actual share of for example here that we have in the model that is SK and SH and SP. So here we have share of capital and share of human capital, and so we have not included what the exact thing that they are that is there. So what we are having, we are, for example, for physical capital. So for physical capital at district level, we do not have any variable which is which shows the physical capital. So we take the index, for example, financial inclusion index that we have taken in this case. So that is why it is showing because the share means that according to
I don't have a problem with that, but I have a problem with your interpretation of the results. Okay? I think you have to pay attention to that. Okay? The condition is that the coefficient has to range between 0 and 1, and then here you have more than 1. So you have to really explain why that is the case, and then also you cannot assume that there's convergence.
Okay.
So just pay attention to that and see how best you can address that aspect.
Okay. So that can be a point that I can improve it in my paper. So thank you for that. I will surely include this in my publication.
All right, thank you. I think you are muted.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, please, thank you. Yeah. So the next presentation is by, I think, Ms. Ikra Yasin, University of Kashmir. And her topic here is maximizing trade benefits through strategic WTO dispute filings, quantitative analysis of optimal initiation. So I'll now.
Sir, she is facing some technical issues, so maybe we can move to the next paper and she's trying to reconnect.
Okay, fine. So then we go to the next paper. I think so. It is on firm heterogeneity and comparative advantage revisited by Mr. Shivam Kapoor of ISI Kolkata. Mr. Kapoor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Yes, yeah, I'm audible. You're audible. Yeah, please share your screen and you can start now. Try to limit your presentation to 20-21 minutes so that then we get some time for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So the paper is on firm heterogeneity and comparative advantage revisited. Here I am using the word revisited because I'm extending original paper where we have already studied comparative advantage in a firm heterogeneity model, specifically the Millet's model. So I'm just extending a few nuances in this paper. So let me start with the original paper without firm heterogeneity, which I'm extending. That is Chakraborty 2003. Here we have a model of trade in both intermediates and final goods. And I'm including a Millet's type heterogeneity in the intermediate goods sector. Now, again, my model is similar to Bernard Redding Scott 2000 paper with three crucial differences. Firstly, their model concerns with trade in only final goods, and my paper concerns with trade in both intermediates and as well as final goods. Secondly, in the Bernard Redding paper, we see that the factor intensity of production in both goods, it's different in the sectors, but within a given sector, the factor intensity in entry and as well as production cost, that is same. But in my paper, I'm assuming that factor intensity is higher. Capital intensity is higher in entry cost and the production costs are labor intensive. Okay. And one more connection to the recent literature is Bai et al. 2022. This working paper shows similar results to ours, that the Millet's type selection effects are changing when we go from autarky to free trade, and this link of cutoff productivity change is brought about by a change in the factor price ratios that was absent in the Bernard Redding paper, but is present in Bai et al. As well as in my paper. Okay, without further ado, let me just discuss the basic structure of the model. So let's start with the autarky situation. So we are considering two countries, home and foreign. Home is capital abundant, foreign is labor abundant. We index home variables by variable I. So let us suppose, home has a mass of households L and capital stock of mass K. Okay. Now, the final good yi is a Cobb-Douglas function of xi is the CES composite of intermediates and LYI, the labor employed in the final good sector. Sorry. Now, xi is again CES intermediates. Now, the intermediate goods sector is similar to millets, where we have a sunk cost FE units of capital. Each firm pays this sunk cost and they draw their productivity from a distribution capital G of Z. Z is the productivity of a representative firm. Now, in autarky and free trade, we are not going to assume a specific form of the distribution GZ, but while we analyze the costly trade situation, we will assume this distribution to be Pareto. Okay. Now, after a firm pays the sunk cost and draws the productivity from this distribution, for production, they have to pay fixed cost F units of labor, and by standard optimization, their marker price is PI, which is WI over rho of Z. Rho, we know, rho is sigma minus 1 over sigma. Okay. So, by Dixit-Stiglitz optimization, we get the demand function of a variety by the final goods sector, by the final goods producer of a representative intermediate good. XI is a function of own price, and for a representative producer, the price index is given, and alpha times PYI. This is the total revenue faced by a intermediate goods producer. How we will come to that in just a second. Okay. Now, we know that here we can see PI is directly a function of cutoff productivity. So PIXI, the revenue of an intermediate good producer, will be increasing in its productivity, hence the profits. So we'll get profits that are monotonically increasing in a firm's productivity. Okay. Next is, so we get a zero cutoff productivity condition, whereby we get the minimum productivity level below which if a firm draws productivity, they will have to exit the market. And firms with greater productivity than Z star, they will produce in the market. Okay. Now, we have here used the fact that PYI times YI is WI LYI by 1 minus alpha. Why is that? Since the final goods sector is perfectly competitive and we have this relation, Cobb-Douglas production function. Okay. So next is the free entry condition. Standard Millet's type free entry condition, which states that the expected profit is equals to the sunk cost. Okay. Next we get okay. So next our condition states that the total wage bill in the intermediate goods sector, WILXI, that is the revenue of that sector minus the profits, because only all the revenue of intermediate goods sector after giving the profits to capital owners goes to the laborers. So we know from the Dixit-Stiglitz property, revenue is sigma times profit plus total fixed cost. So hence we get a condition an equation in WI-LXI. Okay. Next is capital market equilibrium condition, which states that total capital stock is mass of entrants times the sunk cost of entry. From these two conditions and the full employment condition of labor, which just states that labor is employed in X sector, intermediates, or in the Y sector, final goods sector. From these two equations, we get a condition, an equation in just LYI and ZI, the labor employed in the final goods sector and the cutoff productivity. Here, ME, mass of entrance, is fixed by the capital stock, LI is a constant. So, and since J and 1 minus G are decreasing in ZI, we have an equation, an upward sloping curve in ZI and LYI plane. Okay. Next is we have to find another equation in this plane so that we can solve for cutoff productivity. And our second equation comes from the final goods sector. Since it is perfectly competitive, alpha fraction of the revenue by selling the final output goes to the intermediate goods sector, and 1 minus alpha fraction goes to the labor employed in the final goods sector. Hence, we get an equation in LYI and ZI. And here it is a downward sloping curve since since J function is decreasing. So from these two equations, we get equilibrium values of cutoff productivity and labor employed in the final goods sector. Okay, now we solve for all the other endogenous variables in the autarky equilibrium. Okay, from the price index, we can express it like this. Okay, and note that I have expressed the price index in terms of entrance. All the variables here, intermediate goods sector, the Mellett type variables, are expressed in the mass of entrance rather than the equilibrium mass of firms, just because it makes the algebra easier. Okay. Now, price index is given by this, and since we have assumed the final good to be the numeraire, we have 1 equals Pi to the power alpha, Wi to the power 1 minus alpha, from where we can get the equilibrium wage rate, and plugging it in back into the price index, we get the equilibrium price index value of intermediate goods sector. Yes, is there any question? Okay. Next is the rental rate of capital, which we get from the free entry condition, as cutoff productivity and wage rate are already determined. Okay. Next is again, note from this is the full employment of labor equation, WI-LXI plus WI-LY equals WI-LI. Now, we have already expressed LXI and LYI in terms of cutoff productivity, from where we can get this equation using the capital market equilibrium condition. Note that the LHS of this equation is completely decreasing in the cutoff productivity. And from the RHS, we have it's a function of the labor to capital ratio. So this equation clearly states that the cutoff productivity will be higher in the capital abundant country and lower in the labor abundant country. Okay, this was the complete formulation of the autarky side. Now we move on to free trade. In free trade, we are assuming there is no fixed or variable trade cost. Okay, hence there will be a common price index in the intermediate goods sector.
because we are assuming every intermediate good producer can sell their output at home or in foreign at the same price. So the price index has to be same because every good, the entire mass of goods produced by both countries will be available to the consumers of both countries. Okay, so this is the price index in the free trade situation. Now, first proposition is the wage rates are equalized. Since we again final output is the numerator, we have wage rates to be the same. Again, next proposition, cutoff productivity will also be equalized in this situation. And this is ascertained by simply looking at the zero cutoff productivity condition in free trade. Here, alpha over 1 minus alpha times W times LYI plus LYJ. That is the entire amount of revenue that is spent, the expenditure spent on the intermediate goods sector, and this is for both countries. And since this is same, the cutoff productivities are equalized. And just note that we have considered the same parameters of cost, specifically F. That is why this equalization is taking place. If we change the cutoff symmetry, then we'll have different cutoff productivities. Next, rental rates are equalized, and this is given by the free entry conditions, since cutoff productivity and wage rates are also equalized. So we get the similar, the conventional Heckscher-Ohlin result that free trade leads to factor price equalization. Okay. Next, another important theorem of Heckscher-Ohlin model, that the capital abundant country will be a net exporter of the capital intensive intermediate goods. Okay. Now, net exports of country I are given by this. Here, VZ is just the revenue by selling by a firm with productivity Z. Okay. Now, net exports is positive if this MELYJ minus MJELYI, this is positive, and just putting the equilibrium values of labor allocation in Y sector, we get this condition KILJ minus KJLI, which is positive since we have assumed country I home to be capital intensive. And the corollary to this proposition is country J is the net importer of labor intensive good because trade is balanced. Okay. Next proposition. Under free trade, the cutoff productivity of the capital abundant country falls and that of the labor abundant country rises. Okay. So we have already discussed under autarky, the cutoff productivity of capital abundant country was higher and that of the labor abundant country was lower. And we have discussed that free trade leads to equalization. So this is the basic logic. Okay. The mathematical proof is as follows. From again W times LXI plus LXJ. Here the total revenue, the total wage bill of intermediate goods sector of both countries. They are just adding it and replacing the values of LYI and LYJ, which leads to a similar equation as we have shown before. And since Li by Ki we have assumed to be less than Lj by Kj, this Li plus Lj by Ki plus Kj lies between these two ratios, and this proves that the free trade cutoff productivity that lies between the autarky cutoff productivities of the two countries. Okay. Next proposition. Under free trade, the wage rental ratio of capital abundant country falls while that of the labor abundant country rises. And this is just this can be seen clearly from the free entry condition. Since cutoff productivity of capital abundant country falls, R by W rises, so W by R falls, and vice versa. And this is again a reminder of the standard Heckscher-Ohlin model that capital abundant country faces a gain in the net reward of the abundant factor, that is capital, and fall in the reward of the scarce factor, labor, and vice versa for the labor abundant country. Okay. Next proposition. Moving from autarky to free trade, the mass of operating firms in the capital abundant country rises and that in the labor abundant country falls. That is clear. Since the cutoff productivity falls, there is more entry, that is to say the intermediate goods sector of the capital abundant nation expands, while that in the labor abundant nation contracts. Okay. Next is, these are the surprising results in our model, somewhat contradictory to the traditional Heckscher-Ohlin framework. Under free trade, the wage rate of the capital abundant country rises. And here note that the final output is the numerator. So nominal wage is also the real reward to labor, and nominal rental rate is the real reward to capital. So I'm saying that capital abundant country faces a rise in the real reward to labor. And this can be seen from, here is the autarky price index and the free trade price index written in this form. Here we can see, since Z star has already fallen, this the area under the integral increases, as well as Mi plus Mj. These are both are increased. So Pi by Wi falls under free trade, and since Pi by Wi times alpha times Wi, this is same under both autarky and free trade, we get that wage rate increases of the capital abundant country under free trade. Okay. Next is similar result, but it says that under free trade, the change in wage rate of labor abundant countries is ambiguous. This is because for the labor abundant country, the cutoff productivity rises. So this area under the integral falls, while the mass of firms in this equation has increased. So the change in Pj by Wj is ambiguous. Hence, the change in the wage rate of labor abundant country, that is ambiguous. Okay. This was the complete specification of free trade scenario. Now we shall move to the analysis of costly trade. Okay. Now, under costly trade, we are assuming that there is a common fixed cost of import or export, FX units of labor, and a standard iceberg trade cost, which is tau units of output will be melted. Tau units of output will be needed to deliver 1 unit of output to the marketplace. So tau minus 1 units are melted during the trade. Okay. Now we are assuming productivity follows a standard Pareto distribution. Okay. Here we have imposed this restriction, beta greater than sigma minus 1, so that firm profits are finite. Okay. The domestic and cutoff export cutoff productivities are given by these 4 equations. And in order to ensure that the export cutoff is greater than the domestic cutoff of the 2 nations, we have imposed this restriction, B greater than 1, A greater than 1, and B greater than A, where B is this, Fx by F whole to the power 1 by sigma minus 1 times tau, and A is this, Wi by Wj times some power times L by I by Lyj times some power. Okay. Now the free entry conditions, assuming Pareto, are these, where theta is beta by beta minus sigma minus 1. Again, the income equals expenditure identity in the intermediate goods sector. This contains the labor market equilibrium here and the zero profit condition of the final goods sector for the two countries. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 equations for 10 unknown variables, 4 equilibrium cutoff productivities, 4 factor rewards, and 2 labor allocation in the final goods sector. Since MIE and MJE are fixed by the capital market equilibrium as before. So this is a well specified model. Let's have 2 analytical results, then I will move to the numerical simulation of this model. Okay. Next proposition. An increase in the wage rental ratio reallocates labor away from intermediate goods sector and towards the final goods sector. Okay. Here we note again that wage bill of intermediate goods sector is sigma minus 1 times profit plus sigma times total fixed cost. Expanding it and imposing the Pareto distribution assumption, we get this formulation. So it shows that WILXI by RIKI is equals to WJLXJ by RJKJ. Both are a constant. And since KI and KJ, the capital stocks of the two countries, are constant, we get this result that if the wage rental ratio rises, the labor employed in intermediate goods sector falls, while that in the final goods sector rises, and vice versa. Okay, next proposition. This will be a tricky one. Now, as trade cost is introduced, here we are considering costly trade only. Okay, just one more thing. The previous proposition, here this result, WILXI by RIKI, this is same for both countries and a constant. This result is true for all cases, autarky, free trade, as well as costly trade. Just we have to assume Pareto distributed productivity. Okay, just that. Next proposition, as trade cost is introduced, whatever be the variable trade cost tau, a rise in W by R leads to stricter selection. That is, cutoff productivity rises, and fall in W by R leads to a rise in fall in cutoff productivity. This can be determined from these equations. So under free trade, the free entry condition is given by this, and under costly trade, here we are considering the case of the capital abundant country, just as an example. Okay, they are free and closely look at the free entry conditions of capital abundant country under free trade and costly trade. We can see that if R by W, the rental wage ratio, falls under costly trade, that has to be the case that ZII to the power minus beta is less than Z star to the power minus beta. Since here we are adding another positive term, Zij has to be positive. So if R by W falls by introducing costly trade, then ZII should be greater than Z star. That means a rise in the wage rental ratio leads to stricter selection. Okay. Here, now we consider the situation of fall in wage rental ratio or R by W rising. Here, this we analyze for the case of foreign. I am showing it in this way because in numerical simulation, we have seen that under costly trade, the wage rental ratio rises for the capital abundant country and false for the labor abundant country. Okay. So for foreign, we have again the autarky free entry condition and the costly trade free entry condition. By similar logic, since the conditions are just identical as before, we can see that if rental wage ratio falls from autarky to costly trade, that is, we are introducing costly trade in the case of autarky, not free trade here. So again, there will be stricter selection compared to autarky. Now, assuming for a moment there exists at least one point where the cutoff productivity of costly trade for the labor abundant country lies between the two in autarky as well as free trade, this result and proposition 6, which says that proposition 6, that wage rental ratio of capital abundant country falls while that of the labor abundant country rises. These two results imply that there is indeed weaker selection in costly trade. Okay. Time I have 10 minutes. Okay. Next we calibrate the model.
Kindly conclude now. We are running out of time.
So this calibration is just following Bernard Redding's thought. We have used the same parameters as them, and here alpha, the share of intermediates in final goods sector, the particular share. I have been just taken 0.5, but I have checked for other values of alpha also. And this simulation is identical as that in Bernard Redding Scott, in the sense that I am taking bilateral tau to be falling from 1.65 to 1.2 in steps of 0.05. Okay, here is the graphs. So this is the standard Melitz type result. The as a result of trade liberalization, the export cutoff falls and domestic cutoff rises. So there are more exporters and less non-exporters. This is true for capital abundant nation as well as the labor abundant nation. Next, the rental wage ratios of the two countries. As a result of liberalization, home rental wage ratio rises since it's capital abundant, and foreign rental wage ratio falls. Okay. Next is wage rates. In this case, in this parameter combination, we are experiencing that bilateral liberalization leads to increase in wage rate of both countries, but it can change with other parameter values. Okay. Last is the labor employed in the final goods sector. As a result of liberalization, it falls in home, that is in capital abundant nation, and rises in the labor abundant nation. Okay. So these are the references. Okay. Now I'll open the floor to questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for such a brilliant paper. And I will now, ask the audience if they have any questions. They can raise their hands.
See, I have a small clarification.
Okay, Ranajada, yes.
Yes.
So you are taking labor capital, and then you are taking heterogeneous firms, is it?
Yes.
Now, so you have extended the Melitz model here to
yes,
something like hexagonal in plus Melitz kind, plus Krugman kind.
Yes. Yes.
So
this is a.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that to link it to the literature, you have to compare this model both with, you have compared it with Melitz a little bit. In Melitz, I think what happens is trade liberalization, number of exporters falls and the size of each exporter rises. So
Yes.
so it's not that number, and domestic the number is also falling. Cutoff goes up. So both. I'm trying to understand. Came in a little bit late. So both the farms are all using both using labor as well as capital.
Yes, capital is used only for sunk cost and labor for production.
What capital is used for?
Sunk cost of entry. Sunk cost, the entry cost.
Okay, so product development cost. What Melitz has said that entry cost is capital.
Capital.
And for production only labor is so the production part is fully Melitz, is it?
Yes, fully Melitz.
Okay. So is this a sunk cost? A capital cost is a sunk cost, or is this a fixed cost?
Sunk cost. There is a separate fixed cost which is borne in terms of labor.
Okay. So that is completely Melitz once again. So your sunk cost is capital. That is what you say. Now, sunk cost actually in the Melitz model, it determines the present discount value of profit. I mean, the profit that the firms calculate while taking a decision whether to enter or not. At that time, the sunk cost comes in, no? Because that has no role in the production process.
Yes.
Is it? Then my question is, how is in what sense does capital, play a intrinsic role in the model? I mean, see, suppose I am trying to enter the market. I mean, I have to take a decision whether to enter or not. I take the average profit of the industry and then I find a present discount value and then I see after my sunk cost, I have a positive profit or not. Positive, I enter, otherwise I don't enter. But once I enter, capital plays no role.
Yes, it plays no role. Here, capital has only general equilibrium effects on the overall cutoff productivity. So, capital just introduces the Heckscher rolling kind of effects in the model, which is absent for a single firm.
How does it affect productivity? Capital is sunk cost. Are you saying that those who have higher sunk cost has higher productivity?
No, capital labor ratio that determines the cutoff productivity of a given nation.
Given nation?
Nation, yes. So the capital abundant country will have a higher cutoff productivity, while the labor abundant country will have a lower cutoff productivity.
That's what you mean is you're saying that if you have more capital, then you will take a decision to enter. Okay. So there is a direct relationship between capital and productivity. So what I'm trying to say is, I was trying to understand, you try to link it to all those results in the literature. How Heckscher comes in, how Melitz comes in, whether the results are at par, in what sense gives you new kind of result. This you have to think of. And also Professor Marjit and Vishwajit Mandal has written a great paper. I think you have read it.
Yes. It's in my references.
So there it is a little bit differently done. So take a look at it.
Yes.
Is this paper a joint paper with Vishwajit?
No, this is a solo paper, solo author.
Also, okay. So take a look at that, huh?
Okay, thank you for coming. Thank you for presenting the paper. Now we will move to the next presenter. The paper is maximizing trade benefits through strategic WTO dispute filings, a quantitative analysis of optimal initiation by Ms. Ikra Yasin, University of Kashmir. So, Ms. Yasin, kindly share your screen and you can start presenting now. Please try to limit your presentations to 20-22 minutes.
Okay, fine, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ikra Yasin from University of Kashmir, and I am here to present my paper, and it's titled "Are the screens visible?"
Not yet.
No.
No.
Oh, now?
No, it's not yet visible. No.
Still not yet?
No. Have you shared your screen?
You have to share your screen. You can see it towards the right. At the top, beside leave in red, there is a share button.
Okay, sir.
You have to share through that. Click on it and then you can click on share desktop, then it will be shared.
Sir, I have done the same, but it's saying me to rejoin again.
Oh, what's that?
But I'm sorry, but it's saying me to rejoin
Do you see
again.
the shared option?
I have clicked the share. Yes, sir, I have used the share option, but now the screen says me to rejoin the conference again. I don't know what has happened to this.
Then please rejoin.
So then sorry. Rejoin, please.
I'm trying to rejoin, but it's not rejoining.
You may leave the meeting and then try to rejoin again.
I'm very sorry for the trouble again.
No
problem.
So can you please invite some others till then?
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. So
you take a couple of minutes then and see if you can join back. Is it? Or go ahead.
It is rejoining, but I think the network speed is too low.
Let me invite the next speaker, and in the meantime she can be here. Okay. So the next speaker we have from BIT. The topic or the title of the paper: Financial Stability, Financial Globalization, and Macro-Prudential Policy, a panel quantile regression approach. So I think Ms. Salva is going to present it. Yeah. The author, any of the authors of the paper is present here. Kindly identify yourself. Ms. Salva, Professor Sani Kumar Singh, oh, I think.
Sir, Salva is not there. I contacted, but they said that she would join.
Then should I move to the next paper?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because they have not joined.
Okay, so the next paper I think is by Professor Daniel Shaki from University of Science and Technology, Ghana. When you need it quick, let us ship it right, on the importance of port efficiency and service quality to comply with food trade standards, evidence from export survey data in Ghana. So Professor Shaki, kindly you can start your presentation and please limit yourselves to 20 to 22 minutes. Okay, thank you. Yes, we can see your desktop.
Is it showing now?
Your desktop is, you can see it, but the PPT is not yet visible.
Okay, let me show again. I've opened. I can't locate the file. I've opened it, but I can't. Okay, convert to PDF. Yes.
Hello, Daniel. How are you? This is Ranaja.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine. And you?
Okay. Yeah, I am okay. I am okay. So
yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. No, not possible.
Tomorrow you have some appointment. We will miss you tomorrow because we have a session with all our associate editors, and there we were expecting you to speak. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Are you having a problem with presentation?
Yes, I'm trying to share, but it's not coming. Let me check again. Yes, okay. I have to convert to PDF first.
Yeah, now it's visible. Now it's visible. Yeah, you can start.
So, okay, all right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I'm going to speak on the topic, when you need it quick, let us ship it right, on the importance of port efficiency and service quality to comply with food trade standards in Ghana. Okay. So basically, many developing countries rely on export for so many things, for revenue generation, and then also for poverty reduction, for welfare, and so many development outcomes. But the key point is agricultural export play a key role for these countries to be able to achieve this. And this is particularly important for smallholder farmers, especially when we want to look at it from the perspective of poverty reduction, because these people normally have low incomes and they are unable to even expand their farms to be able to produce more and get more income. But the problem is their ability to export is hindered by a lot of constraints. So in the past, it has remained just tariffs, but in recent years, non-tariff measures have become so important. Okay, so the key point is that they are unable to benefit from market entry, okay, especially looking at it from the perspective of ability to sell their product in advanced countries because of issues of certification and then quality standards. And because most of these agricultural product has to do with food, quality standards are important, okay, at the ports. And then because they don't have the facilities to be able to ensure that the quality of the product is at the standard that is expected by advanced countries, most of these products tend to be rejected at the port. So that is the main issue at hand. The other thing is that food standards have ambiguous effects. Okay, so the idea that most of these developed countries have to check the quality of the products and then whether you actually meet the requirement that is expected have implications for trade. But this effect is ambiguous. Okay, so look at it from one side. We assume that they can promote trade, and the other side they can also inhibit trade. Okay, now they can promote trade when demand for import rises, okay, because of the increased consumer confidence that they have in foreign products. Okay. And then they can also inhibit trade when compliance costs is really, really high for them to be able to export more. And they are unable to do this because of the many constraints that they face. So, and some of the constraints include weak infrastructure, okay, which tend to cause delays and then also increase the cost of trading in general. And this is particularly important for time-sensitive perishable agricultural products that need to be shipped more quickly. Okay, so when there are delays, they may get rotten, especially when they are vegetables like tomatoes and other products of that nature. So border rejections are important problems for these exporters. Okay. All right, so the other thing is that we can also think about making it easier for them to able to export by looking at how efficient the port is and the kind of services that the port is providing for these exporters. So because of that, these two variables have been identified as key for enhancing ability of these exporters to choose either a particular seaport or to be able to export their product to more advanced countries because the market is available for them. Okay. So to look at the literature, several studies have been conducted on non-tariff measures. Okay, so initially I talked about the fact that the previous years the emphasis was more on tariffs, but in the current period, non-tariff measures have become extremely important. So the problem is that those studies that have looked at non-tariff measures and export performance or export infrastructure have looked at these in isolation. So we contribute to this literature in three different ways. First, we try to quantify the administrative cost of exporting, mainly tropical foods, and then vegetables, fish, from Ghana to high-income destinations. So that's the first thing we try to do. And then second, we try to motivate what we do by using a theoretical model. And if the post service quality is good, the assumption is that the likelihood that the product will be rejected will be low. So that's another thing we do. And then lastly, we test our model with data from exporters. Okay, so we specifically interviewed exporters to help us identify or help us test the model that we developed. So we elicited information on their willingness to pay for improved seaport efficiency. So if they are willing to pay for improved seaport efficiency, seaport services or seaport efficiency, then the assumption is that the services will be improved and then they will be able to take advantage of that to be able to export more. So the most important results we found was that about 2/3 of the exporting firms have positive willingness to pay for a reduction in handling time and also the risk of spoilage, because this has to do with mainly agricultural product, the risk of sporage. So they are willing to pay for the majority of the firms are willing to pay for it. And this is consistent with the theoretical model that we developed. So to look at the issue in context, we can think of the nature of agricultural exports in Ghana. So Ghana has experienced a rapid growth, okay, and poverty reduction, as well as improvement in food security in recent years. So these statistics give some support to these issues. But the main issue is that the agricultural sector has for years relied on traditional commodities like gold, timber, cocoa, and then the rest. But little attention has been paid to agricultural commodities like fruits, vegetables, and those that we focus on in this particular study. Because these products have potential and then they also have the market, okay, in most advanced countries. So if you look at the figure at my left, we have the distribution of these products in terms of Ghana's export of cocoa and cocoa products. Okay. And then we also have vegetables and vegetable oils. We have other products. We have fruit. So if you look at it in proportional terms, you see that the contribution of the vegetables and fruits cannot be compared with that of the traditional crops that we have. And this data is really recent, taken from Start 2022, between 2018 and then 2020, just before the onset of COVID. Okay, so comparing Ghana to other African countries, we observe that the structure is similar. So what it means is that the kind of results we get from this study will also be relevant for other African countries. So that makes our study very, very important. Okay. Now, if you also look carefully at the literature, there are some other observations with respect to non-tariff measures, okay, especially when you consider the agricultural products that we are considering, like pineapple, vegetable oil, and fish. The number of non-tariff measures, okay, that tend to impede Ghana's ability to export to the EU is a lot, as you can see from these figures. We have 30 for pineapples, about 80 for vegetable oil. We have 40 for fish. The number continues to increase with time. So this makes it really difficult for Ghana to be able to export this product to the EU in particular, and all other advanced countries. The other thing is that these products are perishable, and then also issues of food security or food safety are also considered as important. Okay? And this increases what we call the compliance costs. Okay, so ability of Ghana to be able to comply with or to cover the cost of exporting to these countries is really a problem for the country, and it limits the ability of the country to be able to export more of these products. So most of the times they get rotten and then become a cost to the farmer, the exporters. Okay, so the other challenge has to do with infrastructure. And here we look at port efficiency, service quality, and then exports firms' capacity to be able to meet these standards are some of the infrastructural challenges that are often discussed. For example, if the product has to be tested at the lab, do we have the infrastructure to be able to do it very well so that it can meet the standard that is required? In most cases, we outsource those kind of activities to foreign firms who normally charge very high prices, and it's not to the benefit of the country. All right. If you look at the performance of these indicators, or especially if you look at the Logistics Performance Index of Ghana, we don't rank really high. Our ranking is nothing to write home about. But if you compare the quality of air infrastructure with the quality of seaport infrastructure, you realize that in recent periods, like beginning 2012, 2014, the performance of quality of seaport infrastructure has really declined. That also put another stress on the ability of these exporters to export to high-income countries. Okay, so that is another important challenge. Okay. So we can see that sharp drop for quality of seaport infrastructure in the diagram at the right side. Good. So with respect to the theoretical model we considered, we assumed a decision problem for the exporting firm. So as with any other firm, the main motive is to maximize profit. So we can think of this part of the equation as the revenue stream and this part as the cost stream. So we introduce Q as the probability of border rejection if firms do not meet safety standards. So the standard they need to meet to be able to export. Okay. We assume a probability for the possibility that the product will be rejected. We use Q to represent that. And then we assume P as the market price as usual. And then Q is the quantity, in this case, exports. And then we bring in time to represent additional potential costs as a result of rejection. So if a product is rejected, there's additional cost to the firm. So we take care of that. But we make a strong assumption to help us solve to maximize the equation by. So we assume that P is equal to T, and then that makes that part of the equation 0. Makes it easier for us to solve that, maximize that profit function. And then we introduce K. That is the quality of the port services. So here we're thinking of the quality of the port services. When it increases, then it reduces the probability that the product is going to be rejected at the port. So port service quality reduces the likelihood of a border rejection, and then port service quality also increases the cost of the firm, because once you want more quality, then you should be prepared to pay for that service that is going to be provided. So these are the assumptions we make on the model. So obviously we will have an optimal level of service that needed to be provided, and based on that we make two hypotheses. We test two hypotheses. So we first assume that exporting firms have a positive willingness to pay for improved port service quality. And then we also assume that the willingness to pay for improved port service quality depends on the firm's ability to influence the likelihood of border rejection, and also the relevance of the port service of the agri-food exporting firm's specific sector. So how relevant is the service that the port is providing for the product that is supposed to be exported? The port may be providing some services that may not necessarily be relevant to the firm. So we take that also into consideration. Okay. So what it means is that it will only be profitable when the marginal revenue exceeds the marginal cost, and that is the only way the firms will be willing to pay for the services that is supposed to be provided. So to test the hypothesis, we conducted a survey in Ghana on exporters. So we have 16 regions in Ghana. So we sampled 5 of these regions. And then for the firms, we were able to interview 120 of them. And then there were 47 pineapple exporters, 40 mango, 34 vegetable oil, 20 papaya, 17 fish exporters, and then 17 other fruit. And then we have 6 who were exported banana at least once. Okay. So the questionnaire had 4 sections or 4 parts. So the first part talk about the firm characteristics, so like firm size, the revenue sources, and the rest. We have the firm's export activities. Okay, so for example, trade challenges with the EU, and then cost of exporting are some of the questions in this section. And then the third part is where we do choice experiments. The main purpose is to elicit information on the willingness to pay for improved service based on the theoretical model. And then we also look at managers' perception of international exports and what they think about these rejections. So we considered all these variables, okay, in our modeling. So business experience, export experience, production, firm size, whether the product is fruit, vegetable, fish, border rejection, partner rejection. So we can have border rejection, and then your partner can also reject the product. So these are 2 different scenarios. Whether you belong to an association, you have access to cold storage, depending on the product, if it is especially if it's fish. Okay, access to dry storage, depending on the product. Whether you own your own truck, that will help you transport the product. And then issues of port efficiency and documentation. So under port efficiency and documentation, we have several attributes, and then we use principal component analysis to help us get one indicator for that. Okay, and then access to multiple buyers is also important, and then we also have cost, and then importance of the lead time that were also considered. We have the means and then the standard deviations at that end. So I present some of the results, starting with the descriptive parts. So we find from figure 6 that exporters were asked to list up to 3 export procedures or regulations that make it difficult for them to export. And we observed that free trade is a very challenging task for the exporters. And then we can also see port service. We can see documentation, certification. So certification, documentation, port service are those that are directly related to seaport efficiency and service quality. So they were highly mentioned in the survey. And then in table 3, we computed the median transaction cost paid by exporting firms. And then we have that one there. In figure 7, we specifically focus on pineapples, try to see specifically what that resource is. So depending on the product, I show only pineapple, but we do for all the product we considered. So we're able to identify the most challenging factors. For the case of pineapple, we have total bureaucratic costs leading, followed by custom clearance. Okay, so maybe it takes a long time for the product to be cleared at the port. That also adds to the cost of exporting. So these are very important resource that we presented. Now, the most important part is the experimental aspect of the model we formulated to test our hypothesis. So we approach it by looking at a choice experiment design. So here we have 3 different choice sets. Okay, so in each choice set we have price, and then we have handling time at the seaport, and then we also have risk of product spoilage due to inappropriate handling. So you see that handling time and then risk of product spoilage are directly related to the efficiency of the seaports. Okay, and then we vary the options based on this information. We have this the status quo option there as the third one, as often the case in choice experiment, because the firms are already trading. Okay, so whether there's an improvement or not, you still have firms exporting to the EU. Okay. So if you look at the options, let's look at choice 1, choice set 1, option 2, for example. Here, what it means is that if the price, the firms are willing to pay an increase in price of 25%, and that will lead to a 1-day decline in the handling time as well as 50% reduction in the risk. So that is what it means. So if you come to choice set 3, for example, and you look at option 1, so if the option is given that there's going to be 50% reduction in the risk involved in handling, and then you remain at the status quo, then you should be willing to pay 25% more. So that is going to be the cost. The question is, are you willing to do that? So the exporters were given the opportunity to select from these choices. Okay, so based on this, we classified the firms into 2 classes, and then we were able to use the latent class conditional logic model to estimate, to find out the key determinant of these choices that were made by the exporters. So here in table 4, at the left-hand side, we have the latent class model that we estimated. So if you look at those firms that we will consider to belong to class 1, We have the price not significant, but is significant in class 2. And then you find out that the coefficients or the figures in class 2 are all significant, but in the case of class 1, we only have 50% risk of spoilage. That is significant. So what implication does this have? We can only look at that by computing the willingness to pay estimates based on these LCM regression results. And we find out that class 1 coefficients are not significant, while class 2 coefficients are highly significant based on the figures, the percentages that have been allocated to those in table 5. So what does the results at the right-hand side also mean? The membership variable. So here, the most important thing is because the variables are latent, we are not interested in the marginal effects. We are only interested in the sign and whether it is significant. So if the sign is positive, then what it means is that that variable belongs to class 1. If it is negative and significant, then it belongs to class 2. So for example, if you look at costs, what it means is cost is negative and highly significant. What it means is that firms in class 2 are more willing to pay for additional service, to pay for the seaport to be able to provide them with the best quality of service. That's what it means. If you take firm size, for example, here what it means is that when considering firm size, we are looking at firm size is important when determining the number of firms that belongs to class 2. So there's that heterogeneity effect that is observed, okay, in firms that belongs to class 2. So these are some of the important results we had. Okay, so to conclude, we observed heterogeneity across the firms, and this is driven by firm characteristics, okay? And then we also saw that the firm characteristics play a very important role as predicted by the model. For example, firm size was significant and other variables were significant in the model. And then vegetable and fish exporters are less likely interested in improved port service. And this is because if you look at vegetable, it means it is positive and significant. What it means is that it belongs to class 1, and class 1 is not significant. Okay? So they don't consider that very much. And it's the same with fish exporters. And the key reason is that we observe that most of the vegetable and fish exporters don't use the seaport. They rather prefer to ship the product by air. That is the reason for that kind of results we had on those variables. And then we also observed that food standard compliance is influenced not only by high food safety, as it is generally expected, and then also quality standard at the destination, but also by inefficient port service quality. But we observed that service quality was highly significant. Yeah. And the importance of trade facilitation is what the results actually connote in this particular case. And then the findings we had are also consistent with the literature we reviewed. And based on this, we recommend that there's the need to understand the choice between seaborne and airborne, especially with respect to the results related to vegetables. Okay? But we had expected that it will belong to class 2 and then significant, implying that they rather prefer improved port service, but that was not the case. Okay, so thank you very much. I think that is the last slide.
Thank you. What a wonderful presentation. Now I would ask the participants if anyone has any questions.
So I think I can ask a question, which is about the nature of the commodity. So you're looking at vegetables, highly perishable commodities, and whether your results are completely determined by that, or whether this would also hold true for some other types of commodities which are less perishable but still perishable. So is there a cutoff beyond which seaports are preferred over air air cargo? And whether if it is it possible to undertake such an exercise? Of course, I am saying it from outside because I don't do that. I haven't never done this, but I'm just curious.
Yes, so if I understood your question, it's about whether other products aside vegetables, they will also prefer the air cargo to seaborne. Is that the question?
Yes, whether there is a cutoff level of perishability beyond which rationally people should choose sea as it is cheaper than air cargo.
Yes. Yes. So I think it has to do a lot with the service that is provided at the airports. So in this case, comparing the costs of rejection or cost of delay at the seaport to that of the airport, then you factor that into the cost, and then based on that, you choose to go by air. And also because of the time, I think the time is also important, because once the product is harvested, maybe within a week, it must get to the consumer. So the consumers may also prefer them fresh than more frozen type. So this could be alternative concerns or alternative reasons behind that. But we didn't specifically go into that. So it will be very difficult to say whether that is the case.
Yeah. Thank you. Professor Daniel, for the wonderful presentation. Yes. Yeah. Now we'll move on to the next presentation by Ikra Yasin. Are you ready now on maximizing trade benefits?
Sir. Yes, I am ready.
Yeah, so kindly share your screen.
Okay, fine, sir.
Professor Daniel, can you kindly unshare your screen?
I think I've done that.
Okay.
Okay, so let me leave and join.
No, it's okay. I think there is Salva. Please kindly, Mr. Salva, can you unshare your screen?
So are the slides visible now?
No, not yet. I think there is some other sharing shown here. I don't know who this is. Yeah, kindly share it now.
I'll join again, so it's not me.
Yeah. I think, now it's okay. Ms. Yasin, can you?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, it's visible now?
Yeah, it's visible, yes. Kindly start and try to finish it by 20 minutes.
Okay, sir. So the title of the paper is Maximizing Trade Benefits Through Strategic WTO Dispute Filing is a quantitative analysis of optimal initiation. These are the contents of the paper. The core objective of this paper is to quantify the dispute initiations at World Trade Organization dispute settlement system in order to maximize trade benefits. This objective will be obtained by exploring the relationship between the number of disputes initiated at WTO DSS and the potential trade benefits. The findings are expected to provide valuable insights into the impact of WTO DSS on bilateral trade relations among selected WTO member countries. between 1995 and 2022. So starting with the historical significance of WTO, everyone will acknowledge that the World Trade Organization has played a crucial role in shaping international economic relations among its member countries. This WTO has achieved by setting global trade rules, by negotiating trade agreements, and resolving trade disputes. All of these have led in reducing trade barriers and fostering a more transparent and predictable trade environment. So we can say that the evolution of the WTO's dispute settlement system has significantly impacted international trade relations, making it a cornerstone of the global economy. The literature related to WTO DSS studies can broadly be classified into two categories. First, we call as the legalization category, and second, we call as the non-legalization category. Studies that belong to legalization categories are those whose main focus has been on studying the WTO's institutional design. That means in identifying the frequent users of the system, evaluating the most invoked agreements and the issues of the disputes involved. A few other studies that belong to this group are those whose main focus has been on finding the impact of WTO DSS on international trade in terms of dispute status, compliance, and retaliation. So, just to confirm, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. So the second group that we call as the non-legalization group, they are the studies whose main focus has been to examine the determinants of trade flow changes resulting from dispute initiation at the World Trade Organization dispute settlement system. These studies notably include the work of Chondian, Cusick and Pelk in 2016 and in recent times the work of Ozalek 2023. The main objective of these studies have been to study the net liberalization effect of dispute settlement system on trade by introducing and operationalizing dispute variable in varied forms and styles. Thus, we can say that the recent trend in WTO's DSS studies have focused on moving beyond legalization and more focus has been given on exploring the non-legalized nature of the system. These studies, along with the legalization studies, have contributed to a deeper understanding of the impact of WTO DSS on trade. Now, coming to the non-legalized group, we have three main important research works. First one is that of the Rameshan in 2003. I call it as a preliminary study. Why? Because the main objective of this study was to identify the trends and patterns of initiating disputes at WTO DSS. But at the same time, this study gives us some hint about the probable impact that the number of disputes may have on imports or on the bilateral trade. What does Rameshan did? He applied a simple two-variable regression model with number of disputes as dependent variable and imports as independent variable for the period of 1995-2022. And he finds no econometric relationship between the number of disputes initiated and global trade. But at the same time, he argues that if there is any relationship between the two variables, that it should be in a negative way. This means he says that as more disputes are initiated at WTO, more trade should decrease between the country pair. The important paradigm shift from legalization to non-legalization was made by the work of Chondian, Cusick and Pelk in 2016. They studied the net liberalization effect of DSS by introducing and operationalizing disputes as a dichotomous variable that indicates whether a dispute has been filed against country I over product S in year T. And they conclude that disputes are weakly associated with an increase in total trade levels. In its latest application, Ozalek in 2023 does a similar study. He also measures the impact of dispute settlement board on trade. He operationalizes disputes as a continuous variable determining the extent to which each country uses the dispute settlement board in given year. And he does so by dividing the total number of dispute settlement board applications made by each complaining and third party country for each year by the total number of dispute settlement board applications made by all countries in a given year. And by dispute settlement board application, he means filing an official request for consultation. And notably, unlike Chordion et al., he finds a positive impact of dispute settlement board on trade. So everyone knows that WTO member countries are accused of using the system discriminatory because there are few countries that are initiating, especially the developed countries, they initiate more disputes on account of legal capability. They have more finances to resource the dispute initiation and many other capabilities that led them to initiate more disputes at the system. But similar asymmetry is found when we take into account the dyadic structure of dispute initiation. And what do we mean by the dyadic structure? That is dispute initiation by one specific country, for example, country I, against another specific country, that, for example, country J. For example, we have a trading partner like USA and EU. We know that they are the frequent users of the system, but at the same time, they have also initiated more disputes against each other. They have initiated multiple disputes against each other. But at the another hand, we have a country pair like Australia and Canada. They have been filing only one dispute a year against each other. The question, as asked by most of the scholars, is not that why some countries file a dispute at WTO while others don't. This question has already been answered by a lot of literature. But the question that I seek to answer here is why some country peers initiate more disputes a year than others and what implications this number of dispute initiation has on their bilateral trade relations. We built on the concept of non-legalization as propounded by Jordan et al., and we tried to develop a fresher and more detailed conceptualization of WTO dispute settlement system. In the same vein, we argue that disputes should be viewed more as a continuous variable for which the depth of the disputes is very central. See, countries initiate disputes at WTO in order to protect their domestic trade and in order to have a fair trade on export markets. This means that as the country pair trade with each other, the more they trade with each other, more is the likelihood that they will initiate disputes at WTO against each other. Hence, we can say that there will be more dispute depth. Now, when the dispute depth increases, this also increases the cost of initiating a dispute at WTO, and also it increases the complexity of procedures that countries have to follow in order to initiate a dispute at WTO. For example, Schaffer says that if a country wants to initiate a dispute at WTO, then initiating one single dispute costs the complaining country about 3 to 4 US billion dollars. And this cost may escalate. It may go rise up to as enormous as US $10 million. This cost involves the legal fees, the research fees, and various other related fees. These are the explicit costs that a country has to bear. And additionally, along with these explicit costs, there are also some implicit costs that country has to bear while initiating a dispute. These costs include cost involved in higher insurance rates, cost involved in longer trade routes, a stop in trade due to government intervention or damage to goods. All of these costs, whether explicit or implicit, they reduce the trader's willingness to trade. This means that the trade volume between the country pairs may decrease. Also, these costs, what they do, they offset the potential trade benefit that the complainant party may have been expecting in absence of this trade distorting policy responsible. Hence, we can, based on this concept, we can hypothesize that as more and more disputes are initiated at WTO, the trade level between the two country pairs may decrease. That is, with increased dispute depth, decreases bilateral trade between the country pairs. Now, coming to the empirical framework, we have the data and the model. We have importers as the dependent variable whose data has been retrieved from CEPII. Then we have the primary independent variable dispute depth whose data has been retrieved from WTO. We are also using some control variables like RTA, contiguity, common language, hegemony, common colony, GDP, and population. The data for all of these variables have been retrieved from CEPII. The period of the study is 95 to 2022. The country sample are 90 countries. And equal contribution have been given to equal share has been given to developed and developing countries. We operationalize dispute depth as the number of disputes initiated between country I and country J for year 3. We have used the PPML model with the latest version of PPML HDFE. HDFE stands for high definition fixed effect because we are using the 3 fixed effects under this model. INP stands for the import value from country I to country J at time T. The first fixed effect that we are using is the importer time fixed effect symbolized by pi IT. This fixed effect absorbs all the observed and unobserved importer specific sources of bias that may affect the trade between the country. Then we have the second fixed effect, that is the exporter time fixed effect symbolized by lambda JT. It absorbs all the observed and unobserved exporter specific sources of bias. Then we have the importer exporter fixed effect symbolized by chi ij. It absorbs all the observed and unobserved importer exporter, that is country peer specific potential sources of bias. Then we have beta 1 as the beta coefficient for the variable of interest, that is dispute depth. Then we have beta 2 up to beta 8, the beta coefficient for the control variables. And at the end, we have mu ijt, that denotes the error term. Then we start our empirical estimation with the baseline analysis. Here we try to find the net liberalization effect of WTO on importers, just like Chondion et al. And Ozelk. Column 1, it lists all the variables of our study. Here, the variable of our interest is dispute dumb variable. It denotes disputes as a dummy variable that takes the value of 0 if no dispute has been initiated between the country peer, and the value of 1 if at least one dispute has been initiated between the country peer. We are using 2 models. One is the OLS, that is extensively used in the literature, and then we have the PPML, that is the preferred model of the study. OLS will be used under 2 versions, one with the control variables and other with the fixed variables. If you look at column 4, then this presents results for PPML with control variables. That is, no fixed effect is used under this model. Then column 5, it presents results for PPML with one-way fixed effect. By one way, we mean that we will be using importer-exporter fixed effect only. Column 6 denotes results for PPML with two-way fixed effect. This means that here we will be using importer time fixed effect and exporter time fixed effect. Then under column 7, we will be using all the 3 fixed effects simultaneously. If we see at the results, we see that using OLS with control variables, we find a significant positive impact of dispute on import. But when we replace control variables with fixed effect, the impact turns out to be significantly negative. These values, they comply with the results of the Chondion et al. Work. Then again, under column 4, 5, 6, and also 7, we see a significant positive impact of disputes on imports. All of these results comply with the results of OZELC 2023. Now, if we exclude the frequent users of the system, that whether they may affect our model or not, we see that when we exclude USA and EU, first separately and then jointly, we again find significant positive impact of dispute on imports. Then coming to the main analysis of this paper, We have the variable of our interest, that is dispute depth variable. It is a factorial variable that takes the base value of 0. 0 here means that no dispute has been initiated between the country peer. And the values from 1 to 7 means that, and the value and the level 1 to 7 means depicts the number of disputes that have been initiated between the country peer. Again, we will be using OLS with 2 versions and PPML with 4 versions. When we use OLS with control variables, we find a positive impact for the dispute depth level of 1, 2, 3, and 5, and a negative impact for the dispute depth level of 4, 6, and 7. But again, when we replace control variables with fixed effect, we find a significant negative impact for all dispute depth level. This again complies with the result baseline results under column 3. Now, when we use PPML with control variable, PPML with one-way fixed effect, and PPML with two-way fixed effect, we find a positive impact for the dispute depth level of 1, 2, 3, and 5 again, and a negative impact for the dispute depth level of 4, 6, and 7. But when we take into account all the three fixed effects simultaneously, we find that the positive impact remains for dispute depth level of 1, 2, and 3. But the effect decreases to negative. It turns out to be negative for the dispute depth level of 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now, what these empirical results say? They say that as more and more disputes are initiated at WTO dispute settlement system, the trade flow, the trade volume between the two country pairs starts decreasing, as it is evident beyond the dispute depth level of 4. And we can also argue that a country peer should not initiate more than 3 disputes a year if they want the effect to remain positive. And at the same time, we can argue that if country peer want to maximize trade between them, they need to initiate only 3 disputes a year. These are the robustness checks. We have used different country groups. Under column 2, we are using only the developed countries. Under column 3, we are using only the developing countries. We are again excluding the frequent users of the system under column 4, 5, and 6. We are using different trade metrics for the dependent variable under column 7 with exports as dependent variable, and column 8 with average as the average of imports and exports. Then we are using different time intervals under column 9, 10, 11, and 12. All of these robustness checkers say that a country peer should not initiate more than 3 disputes a year, and if they want to maximize their trade benefits, then they should initiate only 3 disputes a year. So the basic question that was asked at the start of the presentation was if there is any relation between the number of disputes that we measure as dispute depth on the trade flow between the countries. Now the findings say that yes, there is a positive and significant impact of dispute depth on trade flow among WTO member countries, and notably the initiation of 3 disputes per year between country peers has led to a substantial increase in bilateral trade, highlighting the trade benefits of strategic WTO dispute filings. Now, what are the arguments for the above findings? So, in essence, initiating dispute at WTO DSS is a nexus of cost-benefit analysis. Countries only initiate disputes at WTO when they find that the expected benefits outweigh the involved costs. But in practice, the benefits outweigh costs only at lower dispute depth level. Why? Because on account of the complainant's capability to impose and absorb costs. Some larger developed countries, for example, USA and EU, they have the high initiation cost absorption capability because they can escalate a WTO case to whatever year they want. But this effect decreases as more and more disputes are initiated, decreasing the high initiation absorption capability of member countries. Second, member countries enjoy economies of scale at lower levels of dispute depth on account of fixed costs related to institutional capacity and knowledge results. But these economies of scale also decreases, and they may turn into diseconomies of scale at higher levels of dispute depth, because in addition to fixed costs, there are also some variable costs that also increases by increasing the dispute depth level. That is, those costs also increase by initiating more and more disputes. Additionally, if countries prefer to initiate more disputes, that is for the higher level of dispute depth, there are also some explicit costs involved at higher levels of dispute depth. These costs may involve trade disruptions and uncertainties, strained diplomatic relations and retaliation risks, and there may be the diversion of resources from other trade related activities. All of these collectively may lead to higher dispute initiation costs at higher dispute depth levels, thus reducing potential trade benefits between the country pairs. Now, not to be an exception, this study also inherits some challenges and limitations. First, we have only used the aggregated bilateral trade data that restricts us to differentiate between various disputed goods and sectors. Thus, this hinders a more granular analysis that need to be taken. Additionally, there are some inherent complexities that are related with in assessing the costs and benefits related to dispute initiations, and also these costs and benefits may significantly vary across different country dyads. All of these requires a more tailored approach to the analysis. As far as the implications for policy and practice is concerned, the implications of the study's findings are expected to extend to policy formulation and strategic decision making for WTO member countries. We believe that with a deeper understanding of the impact of dispute depth on trade relations will acquire countries. With these countries can better access the costs and benefits of engaging in dispute filings, and they can strategically decide that how many disputes to file and which disputes to file. There are also some future research directions, like based on the theoretical concept of this paper, the researchers can use disaggregated trade data, for example, to see like which sectors or which disputes are more sensitive to dispute depth level. Also, they can use the theoretical concept of this paper to find trade relationship between the different dyads, because there are some country pairs that have friendly relations, and there are some country pairs that have hostile relations. These relations may affect the nexus between dispute depth and trade. Also, the findings of this research can be translated into real world applications that can contribute to enhancing the strategic decision making of countries engaged in dispute filing at the WTO DSS. Thank you for your attention and engagement.
Thank you, Ms. Yasmin, for that wonderful presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Anyone?
Yes, I think this is a very interesting paper. Very interesting, in fact. But I have a few, some, you may add some issues into your paper. One is, I think first you should report what is the proportion of trade covered under disputes divided by total trade. I mean, trade, suppose there are 4 disputes. And
yes,
you know, in particular commodities, say 6-digit HS commodity.
Okay.
And then in 6-digit HS commodities, what is your total import? And what is your total export? Divided by total export and total import at the 2-digit level, 4-digit level corresponding. Total.
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, sometimes we get regression analysis looks at variations, independent variables. So sometimes we get results. For example, you get disputes affect only 5% of total. Say, then you have to qualify your conclusions from there, keeping that in mind. Because then people will start to say, you are trying to say that so little trade is affected, how are you saying that aggregate trade will increase, decrease, and so on and so forth? Then you have to find some other argument and justify it. This proportion, I think, is important if you can report.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank
you.
Another point is that up to 3 disputes is good. After 3 disputes, it's bad.
Yes, sir.
Now, up to 3 disputes, it's good because maybe if you have few disputes, others will be more careful. The logic is not very clear. Why is there why is the sign of the variable changing over depth? If as number of disputes increase, your input should fall, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So where does exactly logically depth come in? And there you can even write a small theoretical framework model. You should be able to explain why this happens. Switch.
Sir, actually, sir, may I?
Yes, please.
Sir, actually, the answer to this question lies on having access to the data about the costs that are involved in initiating a WTO. For this, I need to know that what are the various costs, and that too at the granular level. But unfortunately, I don't have the access to this data. I don't know that what are exactly the costs involved in initiating a dispute. For example, if I have to make the documents, I don't know that how many documents I have to make for the dispute initiation, what are the costs involved. We have, for example, a country has a lawyer. I don't know that how much he is paid. So to answer this very specific question, I need a data.
No, but you need a logic to explain if you do one dispute, then trade will increase. But if you do 5 disputes, then trade will fall.
Yes.
This system has to be explained by some logical force. That is what I'm logical conceptual analysis. This is what I'm try to see whether you can get something. Because then only the cutoff makes a lot of sense.
Yes, sir, I understand.
There must be something.
Thank you. Ms. Yasmin, thank you. And now we'll move on to the next presentation. I think we missed them in between. So yeah, so Ms. Salva from Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Hyderabad campus. And the topic is financial stability, financial jubilation, and macroprudential policy, a panel monetary regression approach. So we'll request her to present within 20 minutes. Yeah, I think Ms. Yasmin, kindly unshare your screen.
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah, Ms. Salva, can you?
Hello, I am unable to share my screen.
Yeah, Ms. Yasmin, you have not yet unshared.
Okay, sir, sorry. How to?
Just from that, there will be a button. Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Salva, now please, kindly share your screen and start presenting. Are you facing any problems?
Sorry, I'm still unable to share because the screen has. Okay, now I will share.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's showing that only meeting organizers and presenters can share. I don't know why.
Please try once again.
1 minute. Let me see.
Yeah,
I have
now it
made you
is.
the presenter. Please try once again.
Are you able to share your screen?
Just a second. I'm just trying, but is my screen is visible?
No, till now not. I think you can just re-log in maybe. Shreya, kindly check whether she's having any problem.
Sir, she has left the meeting and she is rejoining.
Okay.
But it's showing. It's still showing her in the participants list.
No, ma'am. She has left the meeting. Now we have fewer people in the participant list. She is not there. No, ma'am. She's not there.
Showing my end.
I'll give her a call.
Yeah, please call her once.
She said that she's trying to join, but somehow she's not able to get through. Maybe internet issue or something. So she's saying that she's trying.
Okay. She's joining from where? Hyderabad?
Yes, sir.
Hyderabad shouldn't be a problem.
Can you share now?
Yeah, please share.
I hope my presentation is visible.
Right now, not. Let's see. It sometimes takes time. No, it is not yet visible.
Have you screen?
Hello.
Yes, it is not visible. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, but your presentation is not visible.
Just a second. I don't know what is wrong with my.
You share a copy of it. You email, then we can try to cover here.
Hello.
Yes. It's not visible.
I think you are having some problem, is it? Alva?
I don't know what is exactly the problem, but I am unable to do so.
So what we can do is, if you are unable to share now and present now, we can assign you tomorrow. We can assign you another slot if you are free.
Okay.
And in the morning, in the daytime, you can see whether you can share or not between presentations.
Okay.
Because unless you share, we will not be able to listen to you properly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so today maybe your connection has some issues. Tomorrow, so Vivek, if you just request Devashish in one of tomorrow's sessions.
Yeah, so we can do that. Maybe he has not left, but in the morning we can discuss and then we may send her a mail about the timing.
There are 2 sessions tomorrow, no?
Yeah.
One is the FTR session. There is another session. In that session, that is also, I think, trade and development.
Yes.
So we can, she can present in that.
Okay, so I'll request.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you for everyone for presenting their work, and it was diverse and quite interesting topics on trade and other aspects of development, and we look forward to similar sessions tomorrow, and we would urge all of you to join tomorrow. We have very good sessions lined up, and thanks to Wendila, thanks to Shreya, and all others from IIFT who has made this sessions possible. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Good night, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. Good night.